Well, it's finals in the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's midweek 30-over competition, and we're at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this exciting encounter between Victoria United Sports Club and the Powergen Penal Sports Club. I'm here at the toss with the captain of both teams, Yuan Jeremiah of Victoria and Akil Cooper of Powergen, as well as the match referee for today's proceedings, Mr. Afraz Mohammed. At this point, I'd like to ask the captain for the home team for today, Yuan Jeremiah, to proceed with the flip of the coin. Heads is the call.
Tails.
And it's tails. So that means that you have won the toss, so you have decided to bowl first. And any reason behind that decision?
I think so far the guys been chasing pretty good for the last couple of games. I just think we have a good momentum coming into the finals in terms of chasing. So we're just backing our batsmen and our bowlers, our bowlers to restrict the team to allow as much total for the batsmen to go out and get.
Sure. And any changes to your team coming in from the previous games?
Yeah, one change. Bal comes back in and Eric Cassia comes in.
All right. Well, all the best to you, Yuan, and we look forward to this game today.
Thank you.
Akil Cooper, not winning the toss, what would you have done?
We would have a bowl first as well.
Any reasons behind that?
No, it's just better chase inside. I'm not saying that batting first is not our strength as well. We have been batting well throughout the competition, so batting first is not a problem, but we'd have liked to chase as well.
Of course, and any changes to your team coming into this game?
MBK out and Solozano will rejoin the team. Solozano has been in a tremendous form, so given the opportunity again.
All right, Akil, well, all the best to you as we look forward to this encounter, and we wish you the best in this game.
Thanks.
So there you have it, the news from the toss. Victoria United Sports Club, they have won the toss, and they have decided to have a bowl first.
So that is the situation as you'd have just heard there from Kishav, and immediately we have open-ended bowling. So this is going to be a spin-based one, and immediately Williams is finding the middle of the bat. So we have Cephas Cooper and Daniel Williams as the two openers. And this one is in the air, and he is gone. Well, without a run on the board, Williams trying to get on with things, as is the custom in a tournament like this, pays the ultimate price, and he goes caught in the deep. And just like that, it's one for no run. Joachim taking the catch out in the deep, a well-judged catch, one would have to say. So again, you look at it, it's a very, very well judged catch indeed. He had to make some room. Initially in that position, you tend to wait to see if you could pick up the flight of the ball as quickly as possible. And then you have to adjust after that. So Ali picks an early pepper. And so it's a very interesting development here. Jeremy Solozano replaces and again Ali is doing well. Starting what a first over this it's turning out to be. Very impressive indeed. Not trying to do too much, just really just trying to get his lines right. This time a little bit of width, and there is the response there. There is no margin for error. and he found that out the hard way there. And the first boundary, the first run of the contest, Solozano opens his account with a flourish. Jeremy Solozano is one of those individuals who is kind of blows hot and cold, but when he's hot, he's very hot. And I'm sure Powergen will be hoping that today is one of those hot days in more ways than one. And again, just trying to punch it, but again, having to wait because there is really no pace on the delivery, some of those deliveries. So he has to generate his own pace. And as a result, timing is almost always a little bit off. Here he goes again, trying once again to force it, but not able to get it through. Beautiful day down here at the Brian Lara Academy. The end of the first over. And at the end of that over, it remained 4-1. Chidian Raymond is picking up the attack. So Raymond, Cephas Cooper is going to get his first bit of action. He was a spectator in the first over. Didn't get to face a ball. The line is just a little bit off there. Very often in a game like this, the extras could be a big difference, especially when you have two teams that are fairly evenly matched. Cooper again not able to get it through. There is a man on the point boundary, so that's a single. It's a ready-made single for him. He just hit that one, didn't really place it as well as he would have liked, and as a result, couldn't get it through. So 6 for 1. And again, just a bit of an, well, I shouldn't say an unusual action, but he looks as if he's delivering off the wrong foot. The arm comes over almost right over his head. So it's almost as if he's bowling, like he's brushing the top of his head. And something I would not know too much about when it comes to the hairlines. But he gives you that impression he's bowling over his head, angling the ball into the right-hander. Stifled appeal. He doesn't seem too interested, although his teammates are hopping around in anticipation. Really a wonderful day for the cricket action out here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Originally, this game was set for the NCC, the National Cricket Center, but it was changed, and we're here at the picturesque Brian Lara, and adding his own presence to proceedings is the man called Dungi, who is watching on with intent, probably looking to recruit some new faces for next season. You never know. Well, we have the T20 festival upcoming, so he might be looking to poach a few players who can help It's the nature of the game right now where players start one place and end up somewhere else or play with one team for one competition, then another. Here he is again, bringing the ball in. This is well played by Cooper and immediately sets off. Good strike, but I think he made it just, and he had to go early, which he did, and because of that, is he was able to avoid that run out there. But that was brilliant fielding. It was hit hard at the man at mid-off. He ran in, picked it up, but Cooper was traveling to the non-strikers end, and it was a good thing too because he hit it clean out of the ground, and that was Jovan Ali with the accurate throw, hit the middle stump clean out of the ground. Let me also say congratulations to Jareem Richards for his third place finish at the World Indoor Championships in the 400 meters. And it's a bit of a different format this year. They had two finals and they eliminated lanes 1 and 2. So the runners are running in lanes 3, 4, and 5. So everybody kind of had an equal chance. There wasn't the hard lean that you had to put in if you were running in lane 1. And so 3, and it's time. This is another delivery wide outside the off stump. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket, and Jeremy Solis, so he is appealing for a wide. The bowler is appealing for a catch at the wicket. So everything happening at the end of over number 2. There was 7 for 1. So continuing his spell into his second over, to Nicholas Ali. Just a one slip, and for Cooper, he has a long on, and there's a deep mid wicket as well. And again, Ali is right on target, keeping him tight, keeping him quiet. Of course, he's forcing him to maybe play through the offside, and as opposed to trying to go to the onside. But there's a strong breeze, and again, they have to hurry, and they do very well. Again, an immediate response from Solizano, and as a result, the run was very well judged in the end, and he made it through quite comfortably. So that would push the score now up to 8. Again, another comfortable single, which is good cricket. If you're not going to hit a boundary, at least rotate strike as much as you possibly can. And again, very well bowled, but also very well played by Cooper. So these two really trying to put together some kind of a partnership. 13 for 1. We're in over number 3, the second being bowled by Ali. And this time he's going right across it, and it falls safely, but he was taking his life in his hands there, went right across that one. Obviously, there's no backward square. There's nobody deep on the backward square boundary, so you in a way, have a license to go in that direction. Luckily for him, he got it behind the square. There is a mid wicket, but inside the circle. So anytime you could clear where the umpire square leg would normally be, you're in business. And again, so this has been a pretty productive over without too many big hits. They've been able to pick off quite a few singles. And at the end of over number 3, it's 16 for one. Night affair. And from where we sit right now, it looks like it's a perfect day for cricket. It's a nice breeze, but sometimes the breeze can basically stop and it becomes very humid. But the players won't mind. This is early days yet, and that's a good shot, but excellent bit of fielding. They go for one. They're going to get a second because he didn't stop it cleanly. He got his body behind it, but he failed to really pick it up cleanly, and as a result, the ricochet allowed them the possibility for a second run, which they accepted. So Salazano up to 8 now, looking as confident as ever. For a moment, he thought about it, and then he pulled the bat out of harm's way. Again, there is a third man and well, what do you call him, a deep backward point. So any slash outside the off stump, if he's not in control, he could present an opportunity to one of those two fielders out. And in fact, they probably put there specifically for that shot. If he doesn't control it, he could be in trouble. Plus, there's a cover that is fairly deep, just at the edge of the circle. And then there's that extra cover who is much closer in, and Salazano picks him out. So the Australians again taking care of business against the West Indies women, despite the best efforts of the West Indies captain, Haley Matthews. They're not able to really maintain what looked like a promising run chase, but then the might of the Aussies came to the fore. And again, another teaser, just maybe a little bit quicker, and seeing if Solozano will go for the bait. But on this occasion, he just sort of kept the bat out of harm's way and allowed it to go through. It was a much quicker delivery, probably the quickest he's bowled all afternoon, and that's because he's probably trying to see if he could find the edge, beat the batsman for pace there, and hit the edge of the bat where possible. And much better line again, this time coming more towards the middle stump. And I would imagine Solozano was thinking outside the off stump again, and maybe was just inching himself towards that position so he could get closer to the delivery. On this occasion, the ball was much closer to him. So Raymond mixing it up nicely. A lot of chatter in the field, trying to encourage him as much as possible. And there is that delivery where he's trying to push it across the right. And now he normally, when you look at his action, he could bowl that delivery almost every ball. So he doesn't have to try to push it. His action naturally facilitates that away movement across the left-hander. So he could afford to start it maybe off stump and just let it do its own thing out there. And he might very well entice Solozano because he'll be closer to the ball. And again, he's gone at one wide outside the off stump. So another wide. But you could see the concentration. This is where you look at his action. He delivers the ball over his head, literally. And he pulls it down. So he pushes it, and that's naturally. So he doesn't have to deliberately try to push it wide of the off-stump. He could just start it where his action dictates and just allow it to do its thing. But it's when he tries to bowl it outside the off-stump is where he ends up in problems. It's driven nicely, and they immediately set off the single, and again they're able to get it without too much bother out there. So that's the ideal response. So Cephas Cooper, who's been relatively quiet, he has not too much of the strike, I think it's fair to say. See now comes back on strike, waits, watches and sees that there's a little adjustment in the field. Still just a one slip though. Short ball pulled away. It's going and it's just going just clears the fence at square leg, and it goes for the six, the first maximum of the afternoon. And Cephas Cooper is the one who delights in it at the end of the over. Look at it again as he was again. That one was outside the off stump, so he picked that from outside the off stump and just cleared square leg in the process. So that's the first six, and we all know how capable Cephas Cooper is. Not afraid to put back to ball. But Solozano has been the one who really caught the eye here early. He's come in and has really looked like he wants to get on with things. He looks in the mood. There he goes again, and this time he places it nicely, and he's going to get a couple. Don't think he's going to get a boundary, and I think he'll be happy with the two. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just went across the line there and made sure that he got it behind square where there is a big gap there. Now the captain has decided he's going to plug that gap to some degree and maybe see if we could entice a different shot. And this is good cricket. Where he took the man out, where he took him from, is where he's going to play the ball. So a real sort of cat and mouse scenario going on there. So Cooper now, the right-hander, comes in to strike. He again plays it and runs. So that's good cricket again. Just pushes and running. Again, taking all the risk out of the shot. If anything, it's the running that is the risk because it was fairly close to the man at extra cover. But Cooper placed it so well that he didn't have much of a chance, the man in the field there, to even cut off the ball. Again, some wit and offer there, but once more, Solozano not able to take advantage. Seemed to get stuck in his stance there. He had his legs spread and he was just trying to muscle it. And this one is hit back to the bowler, just dropping short in front of him there, and almost coming up with his second pepper of the afternoon. But Ali just couldn't get his hands under it. It might have just dropped in front of him. This time it stroked nicely. He wanted a single. Cooper says no, and it turned out to be a pretty decent decision in the end. That ends the over, and at the end of it, it's 27 for 1 now after 5. So if you look at it again here, as he was coming down the wicket, he's driving through the line, and you can see the ball bouncing fairly a fair distance in front of him. He was just trying to protect himself as well, because when it's bouncing that close to you, remember he's not even keeping his eyes on the ball. He's just anticipating where it's going to be when it hits the turf and bounces up. So a good take on his part that could so easily have eluded his hands and hit him in the knee or something. Stroked again, and you could just see the quality in Cooper. He's been a prolific scorer in domestic competition in recent years. Even with the national team, he's showing that he's quite at home at that next level. But this is where he's going to have to be dominant. It's here you don't expect him to be ordinary. You expect him to be superb at this level. He scored plenty runs. Drive again, and that's good fielding. And again, the bowler fired up here, picking it up, plucked it out of the air, and in one motion had a return. He only spoilt it because he missed the stumps. I wonder if there's not mango season yet in South Trinidad, is it? And that will account for it. You know, you're seeing all 3 stumps. And, so I blame it on this season. Yep. I think this season we have pineapples and watermelons, but not mango. And there's another short one that is given the treatment again by Cooper. And as he did the last ball of the previous over, he helps himself once more to another maximum. The first one went square. This one went over long on. That's a vicious hit there from Cephas Cooper. And once again, he's picking it up from outside the off stump. But because the bowler bowls with that sort of in-swinging action, the batsman is anticipating that where it pitches, by the time it gets to him, it's probably going to be an inch or 2 closer to him. So he's presenting a horizontal bat to those short balls. So he's giving as wide a surface as is possible to make contact. And boy, did he make contact with those 2. One square, the second one was even further over long on. There was nobody out there, so it was a safe shot all around. 33 now for 1. Cooper again drives gloriously for 4. All timing, but full of elegance and style. And he just stroked it. We were just talking about the power. Well, this is the finesse. And the big thing there was that he placed it well. You could quite often you get those deliveries and you hit him hard, but you hit him straight to a fielder. This time he placed it. He just opened the face slightly and guided it to the left of the cover fielder. So now the slip has been removed. There's a short third man. There's a deep backward point on the boundary. And then a nice little ring. There's a backward square leg as well. And they all count. Cooper pinching a single. Again, not trying to hit it too hard, but just try to make contact. And once it ran off the bat, not necessarily off the face of the bat, once he got some contact on it, he was looking to move quickly. So these 2 have developed a good little chemistry running between the wickets. It always helps when you're teammates. You always want to be able to take advantage. And that's very well played again from Solazano. He is really looking very interested indeed. So again, we want to thank our sponsors. That's the end of the over, by the way. 39 for 1 now, and after 6 overs. So that's the power play. 39 for 1. For a long period there, Cooper was playing second fiddle to Solazano. Then all of a sudden, he sort of opened up his shoulders with two vicious swings of the bat, one over square leg and one over long on. Both of them going for maximums. So he continues to soldier on here. He's up to 21 rather, 15 to Solazano, who's on strike. Again, Solazano finding the middle of the bat. He's really looking a picture. Looks very confident indeed. And again, it must be a solid feeling knowing that you can strike the ball as well as he is. But he's not able to pierce the field just yet. In this particular over. And again, this time he picks up the single. Good confident batting on his part. It obviously is an occasion where both teams are keen to get their hands on this title. I think both teams understand what is at stake here and what it's going to take to win the title. You're going to have to outplay an experience in the part of Victoria. You have to outplay an experience Powergen team. And let's look at the way they're batting. You could see that it's concentrated. And remember, Passage the Fruit King is part of our sponsorship team. They're now open in Tunapuna and Barkport. Quality value. That's how we Profilbau is another one. And certainly doing the thing. End of the over, 41 for 1 now. Tuvanali is coming into the attack now. The big number 25 on his bat. How do these players arrive at these numbers? Dungi said he used to wear number 10. And I would think that was probably Pele's number, Maradona, Platini, all the great number 10s. And then there was Dunga. Yep. And then Dungi came and stole the show. Actually, I saw a little clip and I thought it was so well done. I don't know if you've ever seen it. There are two images, two former World Cup stars, like from different countries. So from Argentina, that Kempes, and one other, the goalkeeper, is Ali. And Cooper again is getting one. He might just have to settle for one because it's good fielding out there by Joachim and denying him the possibility of a second run. And they were just going from different countries, you know, and Well, actually, there were two of them. One, there were individuals. So you had Platini um, uh, from Brazil, of course. They had Ronaldo. They had Thierry Henry from France, and those are the individual with statues. Uh, Again, and then there's this new one that I saw. There were two players, like from each country, and so of course, like I said, you had Mario Kempes, and we used to call him 1 foot Kempes, and you know, and then I think the Brazilian player would have been Zico and Tastao, and so then you had, but it was so well done because you know all these great names that from World Cups past, men who started the World Cup. Yes. But I'm sure you'll probably catch it at some point in time because it was so very well done with them. But this was them in the playing days, and then they have them now. So they have images of them um, currently. I think he was probably just indicating to his partner that there are two balls left, and this is well played because the man is very square and has to come very fine to retrieve this one, and they have themselves to two. So good, sensible batting from Cooper. And again, looking to hit it hard, but there is cover out there, literally a cover. And you only get one from that, from all that effort. But it was a good positive stroke on his part. 46 for 1 now at the end of it. So the batsmen, of course, it's very hot out there. So they're getting as much fluids in their system. I think the umpires recognize just how hot it is out there. So they wouldn't hold it against them too much. I mean, if they do it after every over, then that will become a problem. But given the state of the weather, it is very hot and humid. There's a breeze at times, but at other times it becomes very still. So Elliott is who will continue. Down the wicket he goes, and again he's opening his shoulders, and again he clears the ropes. So Cooper obviously has a plan here, and he's executing it there. The 50 is on the board, 52 for 1. This is, remember, they came together without a run on the board. So this is a 50-run partner, 52-run partnership now. And Cooper races on now to 32. So Lozano, who is leading the charge, has sort of limped to 17. He's going quiet. While Cooper continues, there's an appeal from LBW, and there could be a single. Cooper was, I don't know, he seemed to get all confused because Solozano was standing right in front of him, and Cooper was almost turning his back on him to go back, and it's almost like he had to cajole him to take the single. Because the ball had gone, but it was very close indeed. And the umpire probably thinking it probably look at Cooper. Cooper turned back, and Salazar is telling him, "Hey, guy, we could probably run two if we had left on time. Yeah, now they might get another quick single, and they will. Bit of misfielding out there. So a good shout. In fact, it might have been closer than originally expected, but the umpire has ruled. And as we always say, the umpire's decision is final. Zaid Bassarat and Avinash Narain, the two men out in the middle with that responsibility. This time, Cooper not prepared to take the risk. And ironically, that might have been a better ball for him to try to sweep than the one that was so close, that was pitching so close to him. So even though it's a limited overs game, there is a lot of thought going into the bowling and into the batting as well. And, this time he's turning it and is more than happy with the single to end the over. So at the end of that over, 55 for 1 now after 9. So the game here, I would imagine now, Victoria, remember they won the toss and opted to field first. So they probably have a total in their minds as to how much they're prepared to allow Powergen to make. Anything below that, they'll be happy, but anything above that will be a cause for concern. And Cooper is trying to make it as difficult as possible for them to chase down any total, maybe a total in excess of 200. Let's see if he's able to do anything. Solozano again getting his body into a nice position. He's on the move when he plays the shot and is able to get an easy, very comfortable single. Cooper again gets this one. Brilliant bit of fielding and the return. He probably had more time than he thought he did because he was fielding the ball nicely and then from his position, almost from a kneeling position, he threw the ball, but he was not in total control there, Nicholas Ali. Had he just steadied himself a little bit and got the ball to the wicketkeeper, it might have been difficult for Solozano. Here he is again now. They're appealing for a run out at the non-striker's end, but again, Cooper is indicating that his bat was down. He was behind the crease, and the umpire agrees with him, not with the bowler. This time, Solozano decided he's going to play this into the gap, and they set off as if they were thinking of a second run, and that prompted the Raymond out in the deep to kick it into high gear and force them to have to settle for just the 1 run. $59 for 1 now comes 60 for 1 as the over comes to an end. So 10 overs completed. 60 for 1 now at the end of 10. Harris Cooper again thinking for a moment of, well, using his feet, but he was just kind of shuffling as if he tries to throw off the bowler. Nicholas Ali continues. And Cooper again playing smart. They should get a second run quite comfortably, and they will. Yeah. So this is good, intelligent cricket on the part of Super Cooper. He quickly goes on to 39 now, 62 for 1. We're in the over number 11. But it's 30 overs aside, so at some point you could get an acceleration, especially since they have that. And this is Cooper, he's gone stump. Brilliant work. It was a wide delivery, but Cooper was coming down the wicket. He goes stump for 39. So brilliant work behind the stump there from Cruikshank. And as I bring in Dungi, Dungi, what a wonderful bit of wicket keeping there. Good bowling, first of all. It deceived Cooper, and it kept going down that with the arm. Cooper probably was hoping it would come back so he could just deflect it, missed it, and the wicketkeeper did the rest.
Yeah, Super Cooper guilty of possibly playing the original line of the ball there, Ruskin. And Nicholas Ali taking him a lot wider than he expected. And Cruikshank doing the work behind the sticks there. So excellent wicket keeping work there from Jeremiah Cruikshank. But getting rid of the dangerous Cephas Cooper for a well played 39.
Yeah, well, it was a good bit of bowling. So that brings to Evergreen Jason Mohammed to the crease.
Jason Mohammed, a guy with a wealth of experience at all levels, international, regionally, and of course the domestic level. He has been having a wonderful time of it in the domestic season 26 thus far. And and here we look at it again. Cephas Cooper premeditating that movement coming on the wicket, and Jeremiah Cruikshank with some lovely hands there, picking the base off in a flash, and wicket number 2 goes down.
Yeah, again, it was a delivery was actually signaled as a wide. So it started as a wide and it stayed wide. But there was a stumping in between all of that. So Jason Mohammed, the prolific one, probably hasn't like set the place on fire this season, but I don't think he's had to because the others around him have done well. But I'm sure he would love to get a big score. It's a final, and he has a pretty good sense of the occasion.
Well, it's the first major trophy for the season on offer here today, Ruskin.
And immediately he's off the mark. And he's going to get a boundary too. Well, the fielder had it all covered, and then it wasn't covered, so to speak, in the end, Warner. And
So
ends up
really,
with a little bit of egg on his face.
a really poor bit of feeling there from Warner at the extra cover position. Lovely flowing extra cover try from Jason Mohammed. Goes out to Warner, but makes a hash of it. And the 4 to the total.
There's a bit of an appeal there, but again, Mohammed back and Pat very close together, probably struck just outside of them.
So Nicholas Ali doing a wonderful job thus far. And a very close call indeed, Ruskin.
It is. That's because he's not really spinning the ball much. He's coming with the arm quite a bit, so he's always attacking the stumps and giving himself a chance. 67 for 2 now after 11.
Yeah, so skipper Jason Mohammed charged with the responsibility now of taking his team to a very formidable total in this 30 over final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But with him is Jeremy Salazano, who has really dropped anchor at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, which is unusual because he was going at a rate of knots when he first came in. He was timing the ball very well. And then all of a sudden, he decided to take a back seat and allow Cooper to take charge. I don't know if it's a plan they were working on, whatever. Again, he's getting a little bit of width, but he cannot take advantage this time.
Short and wide, but not piercing that gap between that short third man and backward point.
We have the 5 men out, 3 on the onside. And again, just either side of that fielder, he might get a single, if not more.
Giovanni mixing up his pace really well here, not being too predictable at this stage. And a bit of mind games as well.
Yeah, well, he probably didn't grip the ball very well. He didn't feel it in his hands as well as some of the others. So he opted to go back. And that's well played again, straight as an arrow, as we say, but too straight, hits the stump. So what could have been a possible 2 is a definite 1.
Lovely subtle wrist there from Jeremy Salazar. That ball was pitched on off stump and he's taking it long on the onside, but he hit it so well that it ricocheted onto the sticks.
Must be able to manipulate that and avoid hitting it that straight because he's done it now twice and almost had Cooper run out from a deflection. And again, playing it probably just needs to turn the face of the bat a little bit and avoid hitting the stump. At the non-strikers and Mohammed, though, we know he's quite capable. Doesn't take much for him to get up and running. He's what we call a microwave.
But I'm sure Ruskin, they would have worked out in their bowling plans how they want to bowl to Jason Mohammed. At the start of his innings, he's normally not a very good starter when the ball is just about that middle and leg stop. So they're possibly looking to get him out leg 4.
Ken is another stifled appeal, but he's on the front foot. The umpire's not interested and just hands over the cap to end the over 68 for 2 now at the end of over number 12.
So excellent over from Jovan Ali, and this must be just sliding down the leg side a bit from Jovan Ali. But nevertheless, Ruskin, it doesn't take away the fact that they've decided that they're gonna work on just about middle and leg, and ask him to play around his front pad, which he normally does at the start of his innings.
Yeah, it's to put as much pressure on the batsman.
But it's important indeed for Victoria to get both these batters out as quick as possible, because if they continue the way we know they can, they could be very destructive indeed. But we have a bowling change from the pavilion end.
Yes, this is Damian Joachim coming into the attack, and immediately he is trying to get after him.
But some excellent work there at mid-wicket. No run resulting. Looking to work that ball into acreage of space onto the leg side.
Almost yoked himself there as he was advancing down the wicket, looking to get to the pitch of the ball. Got too much on top of it. This time, it stroked beautifully. And you could see that's what he's been rehearsing. He wants to just get out and drive it.
Yeah, so that nice flowing off drive there from Jeremy Salazar. But Joachim is not known to be a big spin of the ball. More often than not, you're gonna get a lot of arm balls going angling across the left-handers. So they gotta be careful in terms of which line they choose to come along to.
Yeah, it's something that batsman will have to work out. Forget his arms and the action that he's bowling with. The action might suggest spin, left arm orthodox spin turn. But if he's not getting that, then you have to figure out what else is he doing. And here they go again, another easy single.
But what I've noticed as well, Ruskin, at this stage of the innings, the batters are still not very fluent in terms of driving the ball, and it's telling me that possibly at this stage, the pitch is a bit too pace. It hasn't really, flattened out, the way they would have wanted.
Well, of course, if you can't get to the pitch, then timing it's so crucial. And you could see Solozano, because he wants to get out to the pitch, he's playing the ball a little bit earlier because he's pushing the bat at it. Could be dangerous because if he slows it up and he's out there too early, strange things could happen. 70 for 2 now at the end of over number 13.
Just about 5 hours ago, we saw that Nicholas Ali almost got him caught in bull with that subtle change of variation, and it almost resulted in that ball coming back to him. Fortunately for Jeremy Soldano, he didn't time it as well, to hit it straight back to him. So it just seems to me that it's a bit too pace at the moment.
Yeah, they have to be mindful of that. If you're not to the pitch of the ball, then you have to make an adjustment, and that's the kind of adjustment he's talking about. Again, he was trying to use his feet there. Solozano realized that he didn't need to, couldn't get to it, so he just waited, and as it sat up there, he just made a quick adjustment and helped it over the fence at that deep mid wicket position.
Yeah, so Joe and Ali, seeing the advancement from the batter there, tried to make the adjustment, but Solozano was too good on this occasion. He rocked onto the back foot, and away she go over that deep mid-wicket position. So 6 to the total.
Again, he wants to keep the attack going. Don't want to give us wicket away and force a new batsman to have to come and start all over. If you're there already, keep going.
Well, one of the things that we keep discussing consistently, Ruskin, is the fact that the left arm spinner to the left arm batter, we normally will say, it's a matchup, and that's a matchup that I'm sure that Powergen would have discussed in their batting plans as well.
Yeah, it could be a nightmare for some bowlers. And this time they're going to get a comfortable single. I don't think they're going to be able to squeeze out a second run.
So Victoria having two left arm spinners in their ranks, I'm sure the left-handers will look to take them on, especially on the smaller side of the ground.
Yeah, you kind of work out where the percentages are in your favor. And if the smaller side of the ground presents itself, then you want down the wicket he goes again, and not to the pitch of it once more, but still making an adjustment. He didn't go for the full-blooded drive. He just flicked it when he realized that he wasn't going to get to the pitch. The adjustment.
So it brings skipper Jason Mohammed back on strike. It's going to be Jovan Ali.
And again, turning it and immediately setting off for the single, and we'll get it too.
Yeah, so just getting his head in front of his pads there and working that ball into acres of space onto the leg side. And Jason Mohammed, I must say, he's new to the crease, but he's looking in ominous form at this stage.
He does look to be in fairly good form. This man is not just looking like he's in good form, he is in good form. I think there's no debate in that. Because some of the shots he's playing suggest that he is in good nick. As another over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, 82 for 2 it is.
Well,
After 14.
I'm sure Ruskin, Jeremy Salazar would have bigger plans, for the rest of the season with the 4-day tournament, just upon us, maybe in a couple of weeks' time, having scored a wonderful double hundred for Powergen Sports Club. So I'm sure he'll want to try as best as he can and get, on that plane to that tournament.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of adjustments too. We have Damian Joachim. Down the wicket he goes, hits it into the gap. That's 4 runs. Easy peasy there for Salazano. He just came down to him. We were talking about how much in form he looks. That's the shot of an informed batsman because he was not to the pitch of the ball. And you look at it again, he had to come down the wicket. He was down there, and then he just give himself some room there, got that leg out of the way, and placed it nicely. You could see him deliberately placing it away from the fielder.
Yeah, and one of the most difficult shots to execute, the on drive, but how well did he execute it on that occasion? It's just sumptuous from the moment it left the bat.
Yeah, it's something that they have to work out. Here is again a big adjustment. They go for 1, and they're not going to even attempt a second run. I think they recognize that that might be an issue. Plus, Jason Mohammed is probably convincing him that 1 is enough.
Yeah,
Don't try 2.
And you could see deliberately Joachim is bowling into the pads of Salazano. So definitely they want to take those levers away from him. But he's so strong on the onside as well. It's difficult to contain him.
Now they have to keep adjusting. And I think there's a little issue with the side screen there. The batsman, Jason Mohammed, not comfortable. And as a batsman, you want to be comfortable at all times when you're at the crease.
But Jason Mohammed continues to play that late there. But fortunately for Victoria, he hasn't really picked the gap yet. But I tell you what, they're treading on dangerous grounds at the moment with that line.
And again, this time it's a little bit closer to him. And you can see him making the adjustment, but still manages a couple runs.
Yeah, so a deft touch there from Jason Mohammed, just allowing that ball to come on to him. And had he played it any later, he would have been out of the park.
But I like how he's getting his body into position. And we saw that from Cooper to some degree. Just get into line and then make the additional adjustment from there. And this one is hit nicely into the gap. That is going to go close to boundary, and it does. Did he keep it in? That was brilliant bit of work out there. Now, I think they're going to have to check on it because he was very close to the rope there. If he pulled it off, he pulled off a miracle there. Because from all accounts, that looked like a boundary, except he just stopped it from going over.
So a magnificent piece of fielding there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yep. And again, now you could see him looking to sort of drop the hammer, if that is the case. But it's the end of 10 overs. We're at the midway point of the innings. 91 for 2 at the end of 10. We take a break and come back with more after when play resumes.
For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapo, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value. That's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapo, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value. That's our way.
Welcome back, as the players have had a little bit of a refreshment, and I'm sure got a little bit of information as well in terms of the plan, what is working, what isn't working for both teams. And now it's a question of who could execute what those adjusted plans are now. 91 for 2, 15 overs gone, and Eric Garcia is into the attack. And Dungi, so far so good for Powergen.
Yeah, Powergen looking to really build on that 50-odd partnership.
And that's another glorious shot, and really, what a shot that is, because you could see him get right out and stroked it beautifully, Solisano. And they've now added 32 in 29 deliveries. But that
So
would be
what a
one of the shots.
It's definitely the shot of the day, Ruskin. That was majestic from Jeremy Salazano. Just allow that ball to come onto him, and off the back foot, it went through extra cover like a tracer bullet, and it had 4 written all of it.
Yeah,
That takes his score on to 41.
yep, he pushed out it and clobbered it. Again, Garcia was trying to tempt him, say, you like that cover drive, drive this. But he started it too wide, and it just kept going.
So Eric Garcia, the brother of Akil Hussein. So what a welcome for Eric Garcia from Jeremy Salazano.
Yeah. And again, this time there is a protection out there for him.
So Jeremy Salazano growing with confidence with every single delivery he faces at this stage, moves on to 42 with that single, but it brings the skipper himself, Jason Mohammed. And just to remind our listeners, Rusking, the first prize here today is $45,000 is on offer.
Yeah, that's a tidy sum for domestic competition. I'm sure the players are looking forward to receiving the check, whoever wins it at the end of the day. Still a long way to go, though. And Mohammed again getting right out. Probably would be admonishing himself that he didn't take full advantage of that. He was nicely into position. He just didn't execute it as well.
I felt that maybe the lack of pace from Eric Garcia with that delivery, maybe just running his fingers, that off cutter, and not really giving Jason the pace that he wanted, to execute, but a single nevertheless.
Again, Solozano is probably a little bit early there, and it's coming off the bat a little bit uppishly, but he didn't go through with the shot. And so he dropped well short of the man out in the deep.
Well, the plan is clear. He's going to be bowling just on about that off-stump line rusking. But the skipper may be just thinking that he's a tad too full there because just allowing now the likes of Solozano to just lean into those drives and rotate.
And gonna have to do that again. For a while, we haven't seen too many wides. They've been very disciplined with their bowling. So the 100 is on the board with that extra.
So 100 and over number 16, 15.4 overs to be precise.
Short ball, and again, it's hit with a fair amount of power. Mohammed again in position early, and really cracking it to that deep mid-wicket position, but only a single.
What we've recognized thus far, Ruskin, is when the ball is found into the surface, it's basically just sitting up. It's not like carrying through. It's just sitting up, allowing the batters all the time in the world, to play that horizontal bat shot.
Again, he's driving, and you could see the ball because he's going with such hard hands at it. He is looking to muscle it to some degree. Solozano, I'm sorry, something that he will probably have to work out. Keep his head as still as possible, and then swing. If he's swinging, swing hard, and try to get it with the end of the over. 16 gone. It's 102 for two.
Powergen Sports Club really setting the tone here in this 30 over final at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Both Jason Mohammed and the likes of Jeremy Solozano looking to set a formidable platform at this stage of the innings. And we just passed the halfway stage of this contest, Ruskin. And if we were to double the score, we would be looking anywhere in the vicinity of in excess of 200. But I'm sure Powergen will want a lot more than that.
That they always do. Solozano is giving them every chance here, though, because he is looking like he is trying to get those runs as by himself because he's giving the bowler a little bit of a chance as he's ultra aggressive at times. And probably not to the pitch of the ball, so he probably needed to make an adjustment. Instead, he's just trying to outmaneuver the bowlers.
But just maybe guilty of moving a bit too early and selling himself short to the bowler.
Very well played once again from Jason Mohammed. Looks to be in total control of the situation out there.
But Jason Mohammed, I'm sure, will be looking to take advantage as much as possible, Rusking, not only for this final, but really use it as a build-up, for that 4-day tournament that's going to come up soon.
Solozano again, really striking the ball cleanly. And when he hits it, it stays hit, if you know what I mean. He really does look to be in very, very good nick. So these two have done well. Cooper and Solozano have put on a 249 run partnership already. So Power and they know what it is. This is another glorious shot once more as we're talking about partnerships. This pair, Solozano and now Mohammed, they are looking to really take the fight to the Victoria bowlers now. And that probably was a statement there, statement of intent.
Well, full and wide from Joachim there, Damien Joachim. And skipper Jason Mohammed was throwing the kitchen sink at that one, but glorious through extra cover Long had absolutely no chance.
And again, after the ultra aggressive shot, previous delivery, this time he's just playing and running. And again, when you think of these partnerships, this is top level partnership 249. Jeremy Solozano 206 from 243 balls, and Cooper 123 from 134 balls.
So a mammoth partnership from with both these batters there.
Look at a quick adjustment. They might get a second run here if they hurry, but Jason Mohammed is not interested. In fact, he switched off from the word go. Remember, a long time used to see Usain Bolt when he's going through the heats, just as a jog through. Well, that's what Jason Mohammed just did there. He never had any plan at all of going back for a second run. The Powergen with that big partners. Here they are again. Mohammed, he's really in control. He's not really pushing too much, and it's almost like he set up the man at cover to have a shy. He was taking his time to get into his stumps, to get into the crease rather. And the throw came, a 51 run partnership now. So 2 half-century partnerships in succession for Powergen. And at the end of that over, it's 114 for 2 now after 17.
So 51 runs, 51 run partnership coming from 41 balls. Definitely making a statement, in this final for Powergen. They will want both Jason Mohammed and Jeremy Salazar to continue for as long as possible because they do still have a large amount of ammunition when it comes to batting from this Powergen sports club, the team in Penal. They do carry a very long battle lineup with the likes of Navin Bideshi, Aki Cooper, and company to follow.
We'll see what happens here. But in the meantime, you're looking at Solozano, and that would have been, again, now that is a shot that he has played repeatedly. And there was always the risk of it going to hand in that general area. Luckily for him, it couldn't hold it in. Look at it again. The ball angled across him, and he's throwing the bat at it, looking to get under it and maybe get it over the head of the inner ring, but it came down. And look at that effort there. Just got a hand to it and had it for a moment until it just eluded his grasp in the end. Again, good cricket all round as the batsman keep rotating strike, which is so important. When the Powergen Sports played matching best motors matching Patriots, this was in the semi-final, 165 for 5 they posted in 23 overs, and Patriots could only get to 111 all out. Solozano walks right across the stumps and sort of manipulates the field, places it on the onside, and that is Solozano's 50 from 50 balls, 3 fours and a 6.
A very well played innings there from Jeremy Salazar. And from the moment go this afternoon, he was always on the ball. And it's great to see that having gotten a start, he's looking ominous to the point where he has probably set himself to bat all of 30 overs in this contest.
Yes, they're definitely going to need him to stick around if possible, if he can bat deep in the innings.
But what Jeremy has done really well, Roscoe, is the fact that he recognized what the opposition is trying to do and making that subtle adjustment now by going wide outside the off stump and really looking to access the acreage of spaces that are available onto the leg side.
But when he gets that close to the ball, it also gives him the option of maybe using the offside because he could get under the ball and maybe drifted there. Mohammed, though, to his credit, he's just reading the situation. He knows Salazano wants to get on with things, and he's probably chomping at the bit right now. And so Jason Mohammed is just giving him every opportunity.
Well, what we've seen over the years of Jason Mohammed, he really reads the game so well. He reads the game so well that he knows when to pull the trigger. So just allowing Jeremy Salazano to express himself at this stage and allow things to to keep moving. Here we see Eric Garcia just pulling out at the last moment, recognizing that Jeremy Salazano was making that movement onto the offside and pulling away at the last moment. So it's great to see from the likes of Eric Garcia that he's not going to be predictable, Ruskin, in terms of just run up and deliver. He's looking at what the batsman is attempting to do as well.
Let's see what he does here. Again, it looked like he missed his run up, and but he still went through with the delivery. He looked as if he cut off just as he was about to deliver. So I thought he must have stopped, but he still delivered the ball and concedes a single.
So Eric Garcia, 2 overs to 18. I'm sure his skipper, will want him to tighten up, especially during the middle phase of this innings here. He has a very important role bowling in the middle overs here for Victoria Sports Club. But at the end of 18, the score Powergen losing the toss and being inserted to bat, they are 121 for 2 with Jeremy Salazano unbeaten on 52 from 52 and their skipper Jason Mohammed going at a runner ball.
Yeah, there's good batting, good prospects for them if they can continue and maybe now close out this partnership very strongly. And here's another brilliant hit again, effortless, and right in his wagon wheel, and he just helped it over long on for another maximum.
Yeah, sumptuous shot there from Jeremy Salazano, just striding down the track and hitting through the line high and handsome over long on and 6 to the total.
Yeah, he's really in some kind of form right now. Almost everything he touches. Again, Jason Mohammed not prepared to risk a run out at this stage.
But with the likes of Jeremy Salazano going guns at this stage, Ruskin, I just thought maybe, if there's an off-spinning option in that Victoria team, maybe this is possibly the right time to try and bring him on and take the ball away from the left-hander.
It might be an option. I'm sure they'll consider it at some point, especially if he sticks around for a while longer. And Mohammed again just really he's come to the crease now and he's settled in quite beautifully.
So the pitch seems to really flatten out at the stage here. Now you can see the likes of Jason Mohammed, is hitting through the line at will. Even if the ball is not there, he's still able to throw the hands at the ball.
Because again he turns down the prospects of a second run, and he's turned it down early o'clock. No need to suffer any kind of drama at this point. We're in control. Let's keep it that way. We're in the 19th over. And Solazano again going deep. They might consider two. No. Jason Mohammed says, hey, one is enough at this stage.
So Victoria Sports Club at this stage is finding it very difficult indeed, Ruskin, to contain these two batters who are basically dictating the terms and conditions in respect to the scoring.
Yeah, they've done very well. And again, using the inner portion of the bat because we could see him just blocking the ball. So if the ball is to make contact with the bat at all, then there's a possibility that they could get a run on the onside. And that's the percentages that he's playing to secure another single. 131 for 2 now.
So 19 overs in the books. Jason Mohammed and Jeremy Salazano looking very ominous indeed. And we would like to say a special thank you to Prasad the Food King, now open in Tenapuna and Barkpo as well. Quality value, that's our way.
So we're just looking at some information. We try to share that with you as the batsmen have a long discussion, and it really shows you how some players can really do, and some teams can do great things. Victoria, they beat Exchange by 8 wickets in that last encounter. Bihari 55 from 79. Dionara made 27 and Villafana 18, but Leonardo Julian stole the show with an unbeaten 90 from 36 deliveries, and really clobbered the bowlers there. Victoria getting to 134 for 2, and then they took on Police. We take a break here as another delivery is driven powerfully into the deep. 320 for 8, the lawmen, but Victoria 326 for 5 to win by 5 wickets. It's a record chase again. Nanan 90, Nicholas Ali 64 from 31, and Joachim 31 from 31. So they were really plundering the bowling. Here he's again really taking his life. You don't see that too often, where the ball passes behind the back of the batsman, but it also passes outside the off stump or just over the off stump. Look at it here. It actually passes outside the off stump. So he was so far outside the off stump that he really almost took himself out of contact point and failed to reach the ball. Full toss. He's able to swing it again. This might prompt them to go for a second. There's a long way from in the deep, and they were able to come back for a second run. So, and in the encounter against Queen's Park 1, that's the semi-final, 91 for 4, a shortened rain affected game. Kadeem Alain 31 from 21, Terence Hines 18 from 8, and in reply, Victoria 92 for 6 to cruise home by 4 wickets. Salazano a little more orthodox now. After he probably got that scare with that swing to leg where he went way outside the off stump.
So again, you can see Salazano trying to be innovative, Ruskin, by putting the bowler off somewhat by the movement in the batting crease.
Yeah, so he's trying to throw them off to some degree. And that's going to run down the hill for 4 runs. Doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. And thick outside edge. But Mohammed was throwing the kitchen sink at that one.
Full and wide. And Jason Mohammed didn't need another invitation to really have a go at that ball. Breaking the edge and running away down to third man. 4 to the total, 139 for 2. And we are into over number 20. 1 delivery remaining. Garcia proving to be a bit expensive in the context of the game.
Yeah, and but the bowlers have sort of milked him. They're probably targeting him as the weakest link and trying to see if they could milk as much from him as possible. 140 for 2 now at the end of 20.
For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Prasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo. a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh.
So back here, we continue on with this pair doing beautiful work, and that's another glorious shot there from the master himself, Jason Mohammed. And again, not really trying to overhit it, just allowed it to come onto him, and then he just placed it into the gap. There were two fielders there, and neither one could control it or get around to it, and it just bisected them and all along the ground.
Yes, a gorgeous square cut there from Jason Mohammed. Short and wide from Joakim, but he still had to pierce the gap. And how well did he do that? With precision. It whistled through that backward point region, and away she goes. And before you know it, Jason Mohammed has moved on very quickly to 35 from 30 deliveries.
Yeah, he does score quickly when he's in the mood, so to speak, when he is starting to flow. He may start cautiously, but then once he settles, that scoring rate goes up quite noticeably. And this time he was fooled a little bit. I think he saw him coming, Joakim, and decided to duck it in there. Again, we want to thank Profilbau for not just sponsoring the teams, but for being a part of our coverage here today. And there is Mohammed taking his life in his own hands there and almost gave it away.
Yeah, but some excellent bowling from Damian Joakim as well. He has changed his pace a bit, not getting too predictable. And this one was a bit quicker on about that off stump. He almost lost his off ball there, trying to play that late dab.
And they're going to get another easy single. Once again, they're throwing at Mohammed's end. And for the second time, they will get an overthrow. Now, I'm not sure if it actually struck him because the ball did seem to take a little bit of a hop as he was looking to ground the bat. He would have been home. There was no question of him being run out.
But some very poor cricket there on the part of Victoria there. They had no right to be shying at the stumps there.
Mohammed again threatening as if he was going to do something aggressive and then just kind of waited, and this one pushed it, took a single, and maintains the strike. Is the end of the over, and at the end of it, 21 going. It's 147 now for two.
So it does say to us that at this stage, the Powergen Penal Sports Club are totally in control. 147 for two after 21. 9 overs remaining. 54 balls remaining in this contest, Rusking. And if they were to go to a run a ball, they're going to go in excess of 200. But I'm predicting that Powergen will want nothing less than maybe 230, 240, to give themselves, enough runs to bowl at.
Well, yeah, that's probably the thing. Again, let me just add, in addition to Profilbau, we also have Passage the Food King, who's part of our coverage today. Hukmali Ali Limited, VIMSL, and DSM Sales and Marketing Limited. Thanking you so much for being a part of today's action and for cricket in general here in TNT. So, Victoria, they've done well to get to this final. Now, can they do the honors and finish the job, so to speak?
So we've seen the reintroduction of the man we call CR12, Chidi and Raymond, from the southern end. Very feisty character indeed. We do have, some spectators on board here.
It's another one, and that's a wicket. He really, again, you could just tell he was just trying to just get on with things here, and maybe, just maybe, trying something out of the ordinary. So the change has worked and worked beautifully. Raymond coming back and taking the big fish.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed just trying to give himself some room there to carve that ball over the offside. And here we're gonna have a look at it again.
So again, this is Navin Bidesi now making his way out to replace Jason Mohammed.
So wicket number 3 goes down for Powergen Sports Club. The skipper Jason Mohammed bowled all over the shot by Chadian Rehman. 3.1 over, 25 runs, 1 wicket. And how important is this breakthrough in the context of this contest, Ruskin?
Well, what it does, it gives them hope that they could probably limit the final total. Because once you keep taking wickets, that happens. But in the limited overs game, uh, some teams, doesn't matter if you lose 4 wickets, if you lose 9, the idea is trying to get to a set target. And if they can get to that target and lose 9 wickets, as opposed to getting 30 runs less but only lose 4 wickets, then they would probably take the first option, which is to lose the 9 wickets but get the additional 30 runs, as the case may be. As we see. But they see now. So that's another lefty at the crease, and immediately he is off the mark.
And very important that you brought that point up, Ruskin. It's not about, it's all about the strike rate. So you could bat 5 balls and get to 20. That's what the team requires. So I'm sure Powergen will be looking forward to some cameos at the back end of the innings here.
But once Solozano stays there for for a few more overs, you know for certain he's going to try to up the ante a little bit. You probably don't want to lose another wicket just yet, so soon after losing Mohammed. But if he can see another over, 2 out, and then he might very well say, look, pull the choke and let's see how much we can get from here on out. Can you just hear the sound of the ball hitting the bat? It's a nice, there's a kind of an echo here at the Brian Lara uh, Academy. And 150 now is on the board, 150 for 3.
So I'm sure it's not going to be long before the likes of Jeremy Solizano pull the trigger, because with just about 8.2 overs left, he will have to take that responsibility.
This is close, but he probably went so far across, he probably went outside the off stump and missed it completely as he was trying to turn it on the onside.
I would really love to have a look at that again. To me, looking at the screen, it did seem to be pretty close, but the umpire, Avinash, is in the best position to make that call. Avinash Narain. Yeah, and clearly outside the line of the off stump, having played a shot, there's no way he's going to be given out LBW. But Chadian Raymond, over the years that we've grown accustomed to Ruskin, we know that he does have this ability to bowl at wide line, especially just inside the tram line. And this, to me, will be an important spell in the context of this final. Because if Chadian Raymond could really execute at the back end of the death overs here for Victoria, they could very well pull this game back away with.
Yeah, they're going to need him to fire for them to 151 for 3 at the end of 22 overs. Still plenty of overs left. I don't think they need to panic too much. They still need to play sensible cricket now. and you keep building, and then maybe the last five you get a big opportunity. But when they present you with gifts like that, you take it and you say thank you very much, and you put it away.
So the Easter Bunny has come early here at the Broward Cricket Academy, really serving it up there. And he needed no other invitation to dispatch it away over the deep aqua square position for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a real gift there.
So Damien Joachim under the pump here, and Ruskin, from the moment the first ball or two of the over goes at boundary, the bowlers are under tremendous pressure to try and pull it back.
Yeah, it is. It's almost always the case. Now you're thinking all sorts of things, but this is another one, and that too is gone. This time it goes for another maximum.
So Joachim looking to go fuller and wider, but Jeremy Salazano is such in great form that he took that ball from outside the line of the off stump and played that slug sweep high and handsome over that deep mid-wicket position for a maximum. That maximum takes the score to 161 for 3. And at this stage, Jeremy Salazano is really motoring along. He's 75 from 62 deliveries and really propelling his team to a formidable total.
Yeah, there's a long one, there's a wideish mid wicket, there's a deep mid wicket, and then so there are three of them in that general area, and he still went there. Here he goes again, this time to the offside. He could be out though, and it just spoons it in the air, and a simple catch taken as he goes for 75 and taking the catch there without too much bother. It's Raymond, so he's in the thick of things now. But what an innings from Solizano.
And at this stage, that innings from Jeremy Salazano has really set the tone for Powergen to finish very strongly indeed, with just about 7.3 overs, with the likes of Dejon Charles still in the shed. Yeah, so Dejon Charles making his way out in the middle, but great, great bowling there from Damien Joachim, seeing the batter striking down the crease, taking him wide, and he was in no position to execute other than just lob the ball to extra cover where Chadian Raymond. And here we see Solazano striding out, but Joachim continued to bowl that ball that slides across the left-hander, taking him wider and wider, and a very simple catch indeed for Chadian Raymond to complete the dismissal. But that innings of 75 from the likes of Jeremy Salazano has really put the platform here for Powergen to finish extremely strong at the back end. And who else you would want to come to bat out in the middle? This man, Dejon Charles. He is a very, 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 very destructive customer. No ground is too big.
Yeah, he's definitely quite capable. And again, and he's the type of player that doesn't really need too many deliveries to get warmed up. They're going to have to hurry here, and they do. Good, good cricket. Everybody probably was expecting a big hit from Charles, and he decided, hey, let me just do the conventional thing and get off strike.
So Damien Joachim into his final over here, 1 for 52, with just 2 deliveries left. How he'd want to finish this bowling spell by possibly getting rid of Navin Bideshi at this stage of the innings.
And Bidesi just, again, not trying to take too much of a risk, and would be happy with a single once he's able to just rotate the strike a little bit before he decides maybe later on to really go full bore. Nice tease up outside the off stump to end the over and to end his spell. And 1 for 53 from his 6. 23 completed. It's 163 for 4.
Yeah, a bit more expensive than Damian Joachim would have liked the spell. 1 for 53, but still finishing well at this stage of the innings. So here we see from the replay the CR12 Chadian Rehman giving Yusuf Mohammed a send off.
Yeah, Raymond, you know, disturbing the hardware. As a batsman, that's the worst sound you could ever hear is to hear
Yeah,
your stumps rattling behind you,
yeah, when the yeah.
and especially with a fast bowler. Again, they play this one. They might be thinking of two. No, they decide against it. Early o'clock.
So Eric Garcia comes back into the attack from the southern end. Eric Garcia, the brother of Aki Hussein.
Yeah, they were like targeting him at one stage. His 3 overs cost 27 runs.
So is he going to persist with that wide line that we've seen earlier on? There's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 viewers on the offside. So it's predictable that the ball is going to try and bowl full and wide.
And but the batsmen still have to understand what is required here. And these two have sensibly gone about it in a very kind of responsible fashion. They're just keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Well, both these batters are very, very capable of hitting the ball out of the park. So for the likes of Devon Charge, just really looking to get a feel of the things out there.
And just as you mentioned it, he's going and it just bounces in front of the man out in the deep cover there, deep extra cover region. And he saw something that he liked and he went after it. Didn't really connect as well as he was probably hoping.
Well, I have to give Eric Garcia, a bit of a props there because he saw Navin Bideshi making that advancement and just slowing the pace a bit there, not giving him the pace to work with, hence the reason why they didn't travel the distance.
And again, they're trying, but not really connecting with the ball as well. Probably trying to hit it too hard, and as a result, losing some of the power. But you're right. We all know how capable he is. He does hit the ball cleanly at times.
So for the likes of Eric Garcia, Roskin, it's great to see these guys and them, having an opportunity, to showcase their talent.
Let's see what they come up with, and that's another wide delivery. So again, he doesn't have to try to start it wide. He could just bowl it to like normal and allow it to do. But once he starts it wide, it just keeps going wide. That one started almost fell off the pitch.
But we also have to take into consideration once the batters move towards the offside, that tram line does move as well.
And again, he's just swinging the bat. He might get a second run here, but that might be all.
Well, an educated edge, if you ask me there. He was throwing the kitchen saying that one took the inside edge. I went behind backward square and they were able to come back for a brace. Very comfortable indeed. But that brace takes a score to 170 for 4 and still rusking 37 deliveries remaining in this innings.
Yeah, he's just losing his shape a little bit now, but he's just throwing the bat. That's more like it, just to play good cricket in shots. And I think the runs will come, even if they get a few more singles than they would normally accumulate. End of the over, another one in the book. 171 for 4 now after 24.
So Deshaun Charles just new to the crease. He has 3 from 4 deliveries. Naman Bideshi 8 from 8. And here we are seeing a sprinkling of spectators.
With the Vuvuzelas.
Yeah, I think not being biased, but more predominantly Powergen supporters in the house.
Yeah. But it's good for to see spectators coming out. It's a holiday weekend here in TNT. Giovanni back into the attack.
And I was told by the producer, Ruskin, that there's more spectators today than there would be when there's a 4-day game going on. I don't know how you're going to react to that, Ruskin.
That is understandable. I see it all the time. Um, we've been games here where we've had more people in the commentary box than in the stand.
Are you saying that the game cricket is dying in the Caribbean here, Ruskin?
Well, it's not that it's dying. For example, it's the first major trophy in English football is on today, so a lot of people are probably looking at that, and my team isn't doing as well as we thought they would. They're trailing right now, 2-0. Here's a short ball, and there it goes.
And in this version of the game, there's absolutely no mistakes. Absolutely no error. No room for error. That one going the distance here. Navin Bideshi rocking onto his back foot. A gentle, a gentle long up there from Giovanali. And really asking to be put away, Ruskin.
Yeah, I mean, Videsi would have been disappointed if he had missed out on that, because that was a real gift.
But I tell you what, the lunch here at the Brian Lara Academy is completely for the likes of Navin Bideshi.
Yeah, you can't you're asking for trouble when you bowl a half tracker like that. And
And that's how difficult it is, Ruskin, when you come back at the back end to bowl. You know, there's enormous pressure to put the ball in the right areas.
yeah, it is, and I know especially bowling to a batsman capable like Bidesi is. This time he decides to take it away from him, take it out of his range. But the umpire wasn't too thrilled. And again,
Well, that was a very tight call indeed. But umpire side, Bassarat, you know, he's in pole position to make that call. And when we look at it again, definitely sliding away from the tram line and, you know, calling a wide,
well, that's the
being
beauty
called a
of
wide.
umpiring. Yeah, when you're experienced umpires, they could spot that quickly. Um,
And at this stage, Rusking as well, apart from the players, the officials, the umpires are under tremendous pressure as well in order to make the right decisions.
yeah, so Ali trying to maybe just calm his nerves here a little bit, let the batsman wait a little while.
And a very good comeback indeed there from Giovanni. Just sliding that ball across the left hander. He knows exactly what Giovanni, his intention is, but on this occasion, not making contact, backing away maybe a tad too much towards leg stump.
And again, and I think he's in two minds here. He's saying, okay, they have three fielders here, but they have three fielders from point, backward point, short third man. And so he's looking at areas where he can score. If he hits it anywhere in the cover region, extra cover, he's going to get an easy single. If he hits it hard enough and places it well, he might get a boundary.
But I think he's looking to go up and over, and hence the reason why he's not making contact.
And this time it's just ballooning. Oh, it's been a big comeback when you consider from Ali because he's really flummoxed the batsman after the two wides. He went around the wicket, and that has done the trick.
Yeah, that's why he still has two legal deliveries to finish, and with two deliveries still to go, he still can travel a distance. Yeah,
And
but
again, a quicker delivery.
and
And
what Paul Chen has done really well in this situation of the game, Ruskin, they've allowed their left-handers to come and have the full meal of the left hand spinners.
yep. So it's now it's really a situation here where Bidesi may want to end this over on a high. He started it well, and here he goes again, but it's not well played because again he's almost as if he's trying to hit across the line of the ball. When if he goes with the full face, he might very well clear long off, but he still survives. It's the end of the over. 183 for 4 now after 25.
So 30 legal deliveries are still available to this Powergen Sports Club team out in Penal.
Meats prepared with care, 2 aisles filled with the choices families trust, and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way.
So back here, Raymond is going to continue. Garcia, the Eric Garcia is back into the attack, and he probably would have been happy if it was Raymond bowling because he's given the whole treatment here and another boundary. So they're sprinting towards that 200 total.
Yeah, Eric Garcia just guilty of bowling a bit too full there, allowing the free flow of the arms there from Navin Videshi and hitting it with tremendous power. There's absolutely no chance to the fielder there at a long off, and it goes away for a boundary.
It was always going away from him. He was trying to get around to it, but couldn't do anything with it. And again, good cricket once more, better delivery, but another single. So they keep rotating the strike and doing very well.
Well, at this stage of the innings, what you want to try and avoid at all costs would be batting dot ball. So it's a quarter that every ball is scored off.
And this is a big one. It's going and it's gone. For a moment there, you could see the fielder thinking he had a chance. Leonardo Julian was looking up there, thinking maybe, and then maybe became no. And he just watched it sail over his head. Charles, yep. Look at it. You could see the power imparted there. The fielder was looking up at it, thinking he had a chance, and then realized that that was just a thought and not much else. So Charles up to 10 now from 6. And again, that's a better shot, straight and hard. Powerfully hit for 4.
Well, this is what we have grown accustomed to from Dejon Charles. He's very destructive at this back end of the innings, and he's just standing and delivering. And my word, Eric Garcia is really being taken to pieces here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. How is he going to respond?
Yeah, that's the danger here of coming on and not having. Remember, he's like the 5th bowler. So as far as Powergen is concerned, this is the weak link in the attack. So they're probably going to go full bore at him. And so far, so good. 50 already conceded. And again, and just dropping, and they're going to only get a single.
That's a very good feeling out there as well, restricting the scoring to a single. So 199 over number 26.
So definitely 200, 220, 230 now.
Well, if they go at a run a ball now, Ruskin, they're going to get to 220 very easily indeed. So I am predicting if these two can continue to the end of the innings, we're looking at anyway, maybe 245, 250 is on the cards.
And that's a good delivery because it was wider, and you could see Bidesi thinking about it, and then decided not to play. 199 for 4 after 26.
So Powergen Penal Sports Club here being asked to bat here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in this 20 over final. And my word, they're really propelling themselves to a very formidable total indeed in this final.
Yeah, so they would have come in to this as the favorites, and no doubt living up to that. But remember, this is just half of proceedings here, and they still have some work to do here. If they can really finish this with a real flourish, then it could change the whole complexion, because then the scoreboard pressure starts to mount on the team batting second. But both of these teams seem quite capable of chasing totals. So
Well, I tell you what, Ruskin, the likes of Joachim and company, these guys are destructive ball beaters. Leonardo Julian is no, also, could take the game away from the opposition as well. So I'm sure that Paul Jen will be very mindful that they do have in their ranks players who could really mount a serious challenge.
yeah, they certainly have to take that into account. Raymond is back and turned away, and again the ball is flying off the bat, but the 200 is on the board now with that single.
So Chilean Raymond has the responsibility here not only to research the scoring, but also to try as much best as possible to try and dismantle these batters who are to follow in this Power Gen lineup, and how well he'll want to get rid of Navin Videshi.
And again, just that line towards the leg stump.
It's a good line, but really and truly, it does take away, the LBW. It does take away sometimes, the bull option as well, because he's arcing that ball just on about the outside that leg stump. So there's little margin for error.
And he's bowling from around the wicket as well. So he's pushing it towards the leg stump. That's well bowled. And in fact, the batsman helped him out there because he stepped away a little bit, Charles, trying to see if he could access the offside.
Well, expertly bowled there by Chinny and Raymond, that leg stump Yorker right into the toes of the batters. He had to take the toes out of the way, and excellent execution for Chinny and Raymond.
And again, but when he hits it, they stay hit. So you could hear the big, powerful sound coming from the bat, almost like an explosion off the bat.
But I tell you what, Ruskin, sometimes a full toss could be a very handy delivery as well as a wicket-taking option. More often than not, it may travel a distance, but it does bring about, a dismissal at this stage of the innings.
It is.
Because
could
the
be a
batter's
weapon.
eyes light up.
It could be a weapon sometimes. That's well bowled, and there's no justice in the game because that was a beautiful delivery, and you think, oh, that ball, but it bounces over the bowler's head, and they're able to get a single.
The Chilean Raymond doing exactly what the skipper asked him to do, execute with perfection, and thus far he's been able to execute in a manner that the batters are kept in check.
Certainly doing a good job. Let me say congratulations to Manchester City. They won the Carabao Cup 2-0 over Arsenal. And this time, the batsman stays still and
So
the
just
ball.
So just coming back to that final, Ruskin, Arsenal going down 2-0 to Manchester City, that may have a detrimental effect on the EPL or the Barclays Premier League as well, because you never know how it could affect, the team morale and, all that, because they were in contention for these titles.
Well, they were still in play in 4. Here's another full toss that is turned away nicely for a single. It could have a thing, but I think to some degree they probably just wanted to get this game out of the way and keep the focus where they feel it is, which is on the league. It's the end of the over 205 for four
And
after 27.
and they still have the likes of the skipper Akil Cooper, who could definitely hit a long ball. So Powergen, bats deep, in their ranks. So 18 deliveries, 205 for four. Rusking. Yeah, we do have the likes of Uthman Mohammed, who could hit a very long ball indeed.
Yeah, but I would like to see these two just stay there and and face as many of the deliveries as possible. If in the last over you lose a wicket, fine. But generally, for the next two overs, you want these two who are out there already and who have probably seen all of the bowlers that are going to be coming on now. It's very unlikely that they're going to bring a sixth bowler to come and bowl one over at this point. So it's everybody who you've seen before, and you just deal with them. And that's a big swing and a miss.
But do you think maybe Victoria got it wrong in terms of their team selection by just picking five specialist bowlers, Rusking, and now having to really, try and, you know, get the best out of the situation now?
Well, the bowlers, the bowlers haven't bowled badly. It's just that we've seen good batting, and there's a chance, and he's out, caught at the wicket. Big swing there by Charles, and he goes for 18, and Garcia picks a pepper.
Yeah, and a very timely Pepper indeed, getting rid of the very dangerous Dejo Charles at this back end of the innings there. So Eric Garcia sticking to the plan, bowling back of a length outside the line of the off stump, asking the batters to hit over extra cover. It breaks the edge and goes to the keeper. So very good bowling indeed from Eric Garcia. They're getting rid of the very dangerous Dejon Charles, but out comes Akil Cooper, Big Aku as we call him. And to me, Ruskin, the stage is set for someone like the likes of Akil Cooper, where he could just try it out to the middle, don't have too much things to think about, and just allow himself to express the way that he knows best, and that is to hit the ball out of the park.
It is. It is an opportunity for him, but again, he has to be sensible, pick the right balls to hit, and try and see if he could just get as many runs as possible. Not all of them are going to come in boundaries, so there is always the possibility of a quick two runs. They haven't been running hard all the time. Here they go for one quickly. They may come back for a second. He wants it, and now they decide against it. It really was almost a calamity there because he was the one who turned, made the call, and then three-quarters of the way down the pitch, it seems as if he had changed his mind, almost decided to stop and send his man back. But Bidesi had already committed to going back for the second run, and they went through with it. Luckily, the return was not a good one.
Well, Jordan Warner was guilty of not releasing the ball in a timely manner, which allowed the batters to get back in their respective creases.
That could have been so disastrous for them. They go for one this time, and the return is probably slightly better. But uh, even then, he still didn't get it into the keeper's glove, you know, directly. So had they decided that they were going for a second run again, they might have gotten away with it also.
Jordan Warner having a very good season in the domestic season thus far, with Victoria having scored, I think it's 3 or 4 half centuries in the league.
Here's another delivery that is starting wide and staying wide.
So Eric Garcia doing a wonderful job here, just going for 3 runs in the 28th over thus far. 2 deliveries still to go, but definitely we are seeing some very good execution here from this young man, Eric Garcia.
And he was the quote unquote the call guy. He was the one that they were targeting.
But there's no better time to come good at this stage.
And that's another powerfully struck one off drive. Plenty of power and another single when it was all said and done. So he wouldn't mind the singles. I don't think Victoria would mind too many singles at this stage. They would be happy with those.
But I still think at this stage, Ruskin, that Victoria may have lost a trick there by not having that six bowling option, specialist bowling option here.
And played away nicely again, but only the single. So this is very well done by Garcia. Remember, he was under the pump, but he's come back. He's picked up a wicket, and he's kept things relatively quiet. 211 now for 5 after 28.
So the main contributors, 75 from Solizano, 39 from Cepas Cooper, and 38 from Jason Mohammed. The main contributors towards this total of 211 for 5, 28 overs in the books. And Navin Videshi and Akil Hussein will continue the fight for Powergen with 12 legal deliveries remaining in this innings.
Yeah, this is the time here now. There is no shame in closing the eye and having a big swing.
Is it happy hour?
It's happy hour, yeah. Just have a go, have a dip, as they say.
So Julian being used in previous games as a six bowling option, and to his credit, he has 6 wickets. So it's it's a bit strange that that six bowling option is not has not been utilized in
At
this
least one
final.
over to see how he's pulling up here. Unless he's injured and they decide against bowling him, but they'll definitely need his batting to chase down this score. It's already a formidable total already.
Giovanali starting that wide line, but starting a bit too wide, and umpire side Bassarat extending his arms at shoulder level, indicating it's a wide. 6 legal deliveries still available.
And he's going aerial and again right down to Julian. And he's taking it right on the chest at the bootlaces almost there, you'll have to see. And Cooper has to go for 4.
So a very good timely dismissal indeed from Giovanali. Akirusin looking to go downtown, not getting the elevation, and finding Leonardo Julian at long on. So wicket number 6 goes down for the Powergen Sports Club team.
Yeah, it was a catch. It almost it was so casual. He just allowed it to drop right above the turf. He took it and didn't really celebrate. Just took the catch. So Ali gets picks a pepper as well.
So Uthman Mohammed is striding out, the tall, burly, fast bowler, making his way out in the center. He does have the ability to hit a long ball, but what Victoria has done really well by picking up wickets on a regular basis, they've basically just stifled the scoring a bit. And just look at it again. Akil Hussein trying to drag that ball. Akil Cooper trying to drag that ball from outside the off stump over the long on fence, but not getting the connection and maybe closing the face of the bat, Rusking, at the very last moment and not getting the connection that he wanted.
Yeah, definitely. Once you swing in like that, you either make full contact or sometimes you hit the bottom of the bat so it doesn't travel as far. But the way these bats are now, sometimes even some of those can still clear at the boundary. So, but instead of going 20 meters beyond the boundary, you might only go 5.
Well,
and that's a mishit.
Yeah, so based on what we've just seen there, Akil
Cooper.
Cooper losing his shape totally. His head was all over the place, but still looking to hit the ball out of the park.
We had another trial trial run there, you know what I mean? Trying to see what the batsman is going to do. BDC may very well want to open his shoulders here. And it peels off a thick outside edge. And they're going to have to settle for the 1 run. I thought they would have gotten a second run there.
But for some reason or the other, Navin Bideshi just seems to be struggling against Jovan Ali in the previous over. He went past the outside edge on numerous occasions and still continues to have the better of the exchanges, if I may say so, Ruskin.
And it seems like the outside edge is the place to be because uh, the ball just keeps peeling off there, and they're not spinning the ball that much, but it just tells you how ferocious the swings are. And but if they don't get it right, but at least get some portion of the bat onto it, this is the result. It's going to travel.
So a good bit of feeling there down at third man, restricting the scoring.
So really, no, it's only about how many more can they get. That should help, and they're going to get just a single. So the field is well set. It's an interesting field. Three square the wicket and behind point, three down to the wide long on deep mid wicket corner areas. So they've worked out their strategies, and the bowlers have done it beautifully,
But
giving them every chance.
But what I'm surprised about Ruskin, is that we haven't really seen much of these batters taking on the innovation, at this stage of the innings. Maybe the ram, as the case may be.
I suppose that's something you practice. And this one is in the air. This two could be out, and it's very well taken again. Raymond getting in the thick of things, and Mohammed goes for two.
So CR12, as he's known to be called, Chadian Raymond, you can't keep this young man out of the action, Ruskin. If he's not bowling, he's fielding, and we're seeing that, by taking wickets on a regular basis here. And here comes Choban Ali, Putman Mohammed, looking to take him downtown, not getting the connection and holding out at deep mid wicket. But the new batter striding out to the center.
Yeah, so it's really now a question of somebody just making some good connection. You just need a couple to sail out to the ground, and it changes the whole complexion. But that was a good over, 2 wickets in that over,
Well,
and certainly did his part there.
well, I'm sure at this stage, with just 6 legal deliveries remaining in this innings, Navin Bideshi will want to take that responsibility and maybe bat as much as possible. But I think there's only one thing in his mind, and that would be to try and take Chadian Raymond out of the ground. But we do know that Chadian Raymond is a very shrewd operator. He's going to try and attempt to execute that wide line as well.
And that's going, and it's gone. One sweet swing of the bat.
So Chadian Raymond serving it up, as we say, on the sword. And it disappears over long on for a biggie.
That's what the spectators like, but trust me, the batsmen enjoy it even more.
There's no better feeling than when that ball leaves the bat rusking, that song. And you just look up and admire that ball traveling out of sight into the stands.
And I say, go fetch. What's the comeback here now? And again, and this one is closer to the legs. It's gone high. It might be out caught. It doesn't clear the fence. And the catch is taken. So again, Raymond, you can't keep him out of the game. He taken a couple of catches and now he has another wicket. So certainly he's done his part. Bidesi goes, and I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that. He didn't really clear the fence. He goes for 32.
But still a very good hand in the context of this innings here from Navin Bideshi. A very well played 32 indeed.
Yeah, it was a good catch too by Garcia out there.
Yeah, we see Navin Bideshi trying to take that ball from just about middle and off and trying to hit it into the leg side, not getting the connection that he had wanted, and holding out to deep mid wicket where Eric Garcia took a very simple catch indeed.
Yeah, but Lewis has come to the crease here now in the final over. And I think he as we say, he's playing with house money. His idea is just a swing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sharon Lewis, I must admit, he tried to convince me ever so often, Ruskin, that he does have a lot of batting ability and he should be batting higher in the batting order as well. But let's see what he will serve up with just about 4 balls remaining in this innings.
yeah, he certainly will do well to connect with one or two here. And just if he could get 10 runs the rest of the way, he'd be over the moon.
Well, I tell you what, if he gets off the mark, the dressing room will not hear the end of it.
Well, that's the whole idea to have fun playing the game. If you take the fun out of the game, there's nothing. And he was so far away from that one. And he looked up at the bowler as if to suggest that put it there again and this time,
I will make contact.
I will make contact with it. If I woulda, coulda, shoulda. And that's more like it. Goes for one. He wants a second, but I don't think it's on the cards.
So I'm sure he's gonna have some choice words to the guys who doesn't reckon, he has that capability. He will be essaying that shot in the dressing room for a very long time. And I'm sure he's gonna give some batting tutorials as well, Ruskin, when executing in the dressing room.
Yeah, I don't think he should get carried away with it though. Just put your hand up to help your team. That's precisely what he's doing here. And just trying to get as many runs as possible because that has to be the ultimate goal now. Try and tack on a couple more. 223, make that 224.
And Gideon Raymond just having a gentle inquiry there from umpire Avinash Narain, standing at the southern end.
Hasn't had much to work with. In fact, he's just about getting ready now to take his first strike.
So Avinash Mahabir Singh.
And very well stopped by the bowler there in his follow through. That's always difficult to do. And luckily for him, it was hit hard, but it was hit in the direction of his follow through.
But what was good about that is at this stage of the innings, even though it's a formidable total, the likes of Chidi and Rima is still giving 100% to restrict the scoring, even by a single Ruskin. So, this young man has really showed, a lot of mettle in the scheme.
He's bowled him brilliantly done indeed. And he will look up there, Mahabir Singh, and see zeros next to his name. And what a way to close off the innings. And a brilliant work there by that man, Raymond.
Here we see Riemann comes in, and it's a leg stump, off stump, cartwheeling all over the shop there. And my word, giving Avinash Mahabir Singh a send off. Look at that celebration there. You could see, the energy and passion in that young man.
So
3 wickets to 43 in his 6 overs. Consider that most of the bowlers travel around the park. That was a magnificent effort from Chadian CR12 Raymond.
So 224 for 9 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Profilbau Victoria will need 225 for a victory. And remember, 75 from Solazano, 39 from Cooper, 38 Jason Mohammed, and 32 from Navin Bidesi. They were the principal scorers. And as you just heard there, Chadian Raymond, 3 for 43, the pick of the bowlers. We'll take a break and then we'll come back with the reply from Victoria as they chase down 225 for a victory.
For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapo, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapo, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for the big reply. Profilbau, Victoria, they need 200 and was it 24, 25 for a victory. That's after Powergen Sports reached 224 for 9, and immediately John Ross Jagisa has been brought into the attack, and I don't think there's any surprise there with that one at all.
No, I'm not surprised at all, Ruskin, that John Ross Jagis had a loud appeal there by the wicketkeeper, and the dreaded finger goes up. So wicket number 1 goes down for Victoria Sports Club here at the Brian Cricket Academy.
So
It's a repeat dose from the first innings, Ruskin.
yes, it is. They had lost a wicket early in their first over, not off the first ball, but certainly a wicket here this early only makes things very interesting, and you could see the disappointment from Johan Jeremiah there. He certainly wasn't happy with that decision, and so a real sting in the tail there, and this.
So Jeremiah Cruikshank makes his way out to the center to join Jordan Warner, who's at the non-strikers end. John Ross Jagis doing the trick of the first ball of the innings here, Ruskin Mark. How telling a blow is that for Victoria?
It's deflating more than anything else, because just like what had transpired in the first innings, they lost a wicket without a run on the board, and so it's almost mirroring what transpired in the first innings. And now it's a question of, can they do a similar thing to uh, what Powergen did? They consolidated, but they always had at least one of their batters uh, keeping the tempo high.
But as we both know, in a run chase, it becomes even more difficult when you don't have that platform at the top of the innings, because now you are chasing rather than putting a total on the board.
And they'll take them all once they can get them. And that should be a leg buys. It is. So, but again, Jagisa just attacking that leg stump.
That one trickles down to fine leg. Utman Mohammed doing the chasing, and they get a breeze.
Anxious moments here to start this innings. And that's well played. That's brilliantly played indeed. He just waited on it, and Cruikshank didn't miss out.
Short and wide there from John Ross Jagis, but what a statement from Jeremiah. They just rocks onto the back foot, give it the treatment, and that had a 4 written all over it.
And again, trying to grip the ball. That's one of the challenges that spinners have. Trying to bowl the new ball. When you try to grip it, sometimes it doesn't always come out right. And that was a case in point there. And Jagisa is an experienced new ball bowler, so even the experienced one sometimes, and it might just be because it's so hot that his fingers are probably very moist at the moment.
Well, it's very humid outside out in the middle.
And very well played again. Just in terms of spin, there may not be much by way of the turning ball. Again, because it's so humid outside there, and the bowler's probably not able to grip the ball as well as they would like.
Well, the new ball, as we have grown accustomed to, Ruskin, it will more slide on at this stage, at the early stages of the innings, rather than see a lot of spin on offer. But John Ross Jaggers, he has done the business in all three formats. He normally opens the bowling in the red ball format as well as the T20, and he's no stranger to using the new ball at the top of the order.
And he does turn it sometimes, but like I said, it's probably a little, because it's so humid. It's probably finding a little bit of difficulty gripping the ball. And if you notice, most of the deliveries are going through at a fairly rapid pace, and that's because he's just trying to get through the action as opposed to trying to grip it and tweak it, let's say. But the end of the over, not a bad over, a wicket, 1 for 8. And,
So we're just gonna have a look at the replay here of the dismissal of Johan Jeremiah. Well, it's very difficult to tell from that angle.
if he did get a touch,
Maybe just brushing the glove on the way through to wicketkeeper Daniel Williams.
so the new bowler is Lewis. He didn't really trouble the scorers in any great way with the bat. Just was one not out. So I think he's probably going to want to do much better with the ball.
So it's going to be the left arm seamer, Sharon Lewis, all the way from Rio Claro.
Well, you make it sound that, but we're so much closer to Rio Claro from here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy than if we were in Port of Spain at the Oval or someplace. So you have to say just down the road there from Rio Claro.
Well, just down the road.
Just down the road. Yep. Yeah, around the corner.
It just takes about an hour and a half to get to Rio Claro from here. So it's going to be Sharon Lewis bowling from round the wicket.
Compared to 2 hours to the Oval, 2.5 to the Oval, probably, depending.
So it's going to be Jeremiah Cruikshank who's going to be on strike. Nice and upright.
And movement, again, the swinging ball just brushed the pad on the way through.
So a lot of conversations out in the middle, but umpire Zaid Bassarat having none of it. Signal in a wide. So that takes the score into 9 for 1. Sharon Lewis, as we know, does have the ability to bowl a heavy ball and also swing the ball both ways off the seam. Powergen will be looking towards Sharon Lewis for another early breakthrough. To tighten the grip on this game.
Well, you probably want to follow Jagisar's lead and take an early wicket. That will put Victoria behind the 8 ball. This one is a good delivery, good line. Again, attacking the stumps and making the batsman play.
So just looking at this, possibly just brushing the outside of the pad on the way to the wicket keeper, but umpire Zaid Bassarat a signal on a wide. It's very difficult sometimes, Ruskin, to pick up those fine edges, especially when it is perilously close to the equipment, the player's equipment.
Well, the thing is, he signaled wide, and it did brush the pad, and then you could see a distinct deviation on hitting the pad. And from over the wicket this time, Lewis probably didn't like the idea that he was drifting too much to the pad, so he decided to come over the wicket.
But I do like the idea of the left arm seamer going around the wicket and getting that ball to move in the air, and then at the last moment, it just tails away from the right-hander. So he must probably not comfortable at this stage and decides to go back to normal programming, which is over the wicket.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's overly excited or enthusiastic. He just seems very relaxed, almost deliberate in his movement. But let's see, that might just be a deception. Again, he's right on target this time.
But normally, someone like Sharon Lewis, would be very animated at the bowling crease. Doesn't seem to be very animated at this stage. Just maybe just trying to get his stride going, and that rhythm so that he could possibly press the accelerator, you know, later on in a spell.
But at this time of the season, everybody is carrying some kind of injury or something. So it might just be he too might be falling into that category, and it's not 100%. This time they're gonna have to hurry, and they will get it to quite comfortably in the end. Another leg by.
Warner hesitant with that single, but I honestly think that he was caught ball watching and not really responding to his partner, the way that that he wants to. Nevertheless, it takes the score to 11 for 1. We are into over number 2, bowled by Sharon Lewis, the left arm seamer.
Victoria, they have done well in this competition. Can they finish on a high? That's well played, well bowled also. You can see the hands go up as if they thought they had broken through there until the broad face of the bat came down.
Jeremiah Cruikshank looking very business-like indeed. He's a no-nonsense kind of player. And just coming back to some of the prelim games that, Victoria would have been entrenched in during the tournament. That game definitely that comes to light. The police encounter, that was a really special, chase indeed. Maybe the highest chase locally in a 30-over contest, Ruskin.
That should give them confidence coming into this game. There's a plate and he's nibbled at it and he's gone. Well, a delivery outside of his legs. He played at it, probably just brushed the glove on the way through. And Jeremiah Cruikshank goes for 6.
Yeah, what a delivery there from Sharon Lewis. I mean, in the grand context, not a threatening delivery by any stretch of the imagination, but Jeremy Cruikshank, that ball was into the body. Let's be honest with each other. He was strangled down the leg side and feathering a catch to the wicketkeeper, Daniel Williams.
When you look at it again, that ball would have been pitching outside of the leg stump, and he just sort of followed it. Probably he was trying to run it down to fine leg and maybe get a boundary if he hits it fine enough, but he got a big enough edge that it just kind of sat up there for the wicketkeeper Williams to claim another catch.
So 2 wickets in the hut, back in the hut for Victoria. Not the start that they would want at this stage, but it does bring the very, very talented and dangerous Leonardo Julian out in the middle. So you can see he was just trying to get inside the line of that delivery there and brushing the glove on the way to wicketkeeper Daniel Williams. So 2 wickets down. Victoria, after 2 overs, on the pop. Under the pop.
Well, they have work to do. Let's just put it that way. This is not going to be an easy assignment for them. It was never going to be easy against Powergen. And Powergen has been a perennial powerhouse in the white ball and red ball cricket here in TNT.
Yeah, Powergen has been a powerhouse in domestic cricket in general, Ruskin, having dominated for many years, winning multiple titles. But I'm sure the likes of Queen's Park will have a say in proceedings this year.
Jagasa, it is who's continuing, and still his line is slightly off as he starts anew over here.
So Jordan Warner gets off the mark, just tickling that ball to a short to backward square. Single and offer takes the score to 12. 12 for 2. It brings the left-handed Leonardo Julian on strike.
But this is, you probably don't want to say it, but this partnership here is critical. And especially with Leonardo Julian, that he needs a big score here, or he needs to stick around at least and give his team a chance. He can't just throw caution to the wind either.
Well, they are chasing, in my estimation, a mammoth total of 225 for victory. So it's going to take a lot of hard work. It's going to take, a pair like this to build a partnership first and foremost, without losing any other further wicket.
Yeah, it has to be a concentrated effort, and but if they given this start, it means that both batsmen are going to have to contribute to a big partnership here. They can't leave it to one man to just take all the risk. Both of them are going to have to do some kind of work.
But in the grand context of what has transpired thus far, Ruskin, uh, Victoria will not want to lose another wicket in the batting power play as well. So it's going to be calculated. It has to be calculated, from both these players, the way they go about getting to that score.
Well, the thing is, you immediately play a game like this like you always play a T20 game. You try to go hard in the power play overs, but if you lose wickets, well, then you make an adjustment, but you still want to go and try to get as many runs as you possibly can in the power play overs. And then you adjust, you make whatever assessment you want after that, and then you try to build. But remember, it's not 20 overs, it's 30 overs.
Yeah, so a
So you
minimum.
still have plenty of time, plenty of
Yes,
overs.
so a minimum of 180 balls available.
So you have a lot of deliveries to work with. Here's another appeal, not out, says the umpire. Again, just probably drifting towards leg. John was jumping for joy, but then that joy was short-lived, as the umpire says. Not out, the dreaded not out, at the end of over number 3, and now 12 for 2 now after 3.
So Jordan Warner on 1.
So you look at it again, and it's difficult. You can't see because the wicketkeeper was in the way there. Um, but he was confident. He went up immediately, and everybody else around him followed his lead.
But a very good take in the context of the catch as well.
Here's Lewis again, and this has been the attack. Now, when he was bowling around the wicket, he tended to move the ball into the right-handers, and by the time it got to the right-handers, it was going down the leg side. Now, he got the wicket for a leg side catch, Lewis, but before the catches, his line was adjusted a little bit more towards middle, and off stump. And when he made the switch to over the wicket, but it's just ironic he got the wicket for a delivery that was outside the leg stump. Okay, he is again persistent with that line and keeping the batsman playing towards the onside, probably closing the face of the bat as well. So Julian will come back into strike here now. Hasn't really gotten off the mark as yet, 5 deliveries. But like I said, it's early days yet, and he needs to assess the situation and then respond accordingly. But this requires some level of um, a clear thought and a clear plan.
But Sharon Lewis, as we know, he's going to test him just all about that off stump line with that ball. This ball just shaping back after it passed the sticks there. Daniel Williams was going the other way, but he had to retract back and catch the ball. So Sharon Lewis is definitely getting the ball to shape here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. For how long will it last? We'll just have to wait and see, Ruskin.
Yeah, but it's good bowling because he knows that the batsmen are trying to consolidate, and so he's mixing up his deliveries quite nicely. This is the time where he could probably get a few dot balls in and put more pressure on the batsman.
So immediately with that delivery, that previous delivery, Leonardo has made an adjustment to his mark. He's now batting on off stump. So he wants to get as close as possible to the line of the delivery.
And that's turned away nicely. That's going to run away for 4. That's very well played. Again, no real fuss. And Lewis and Julian having a little coming together there. I don't think Lewis liked the idea that he was struck for 4, and then he was probably something might have been said.
Well, I mean, you can't complain when you still up a leg stump half volley to a quality player.
Yep. So I think the umpire is having a word, just trying to cool down both players. And Julian is probably giving up what 60, 70 pounds to Lewis. So that's not going to be a fair fight, is it? Which is out of weight. They say fight in your weight class.
So are you saying that Leonardo will be competing in the light
Yeah,
division?
he's a middleweight. He's coming up against a heavyweight here. And that's well played. And again, it's about the concentration. He has to concentrate here. The game still has a lot in it. You could chip away, chip away, chip away, and then you get 1 or 2 big overs. All of a sudden, you're right back where you want to be.
And at this stage, it's really the rebuilding process from both these batters, Jordan Warner and Leonardo Julian. You know, they will have to look at the rotation of the strike. They'll have to look at pushing on, but not taking that undue risk, you know, so that they could continue for an extended period of time.
It's about concentration here now and methodology. What is the approach? Clear thoughts, and that's better. So you're trying to squeeze every run that you can get at this point in time. It's the leg by, and that ends the over 18 for 2 at the end of it.
So Sharon Lewis being successful in that over, getting rid of Jeremiah Cruikshank. Caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper Daniel Williams. So 2 wickets back in the shed for Victoria. And I must admit that, Victoria reaching the final in this 30 over contest, Ruskin, they had played some exceptional cricket to get to this point, and I'm sure they're going to have that belief that they could win from any position because they have done that in the past during, this competition.
Well, they've been a good chasing team.
Hence the reason why they must have fancied themselves when they won the toss to insert this Powergen unit.
So Jagasa really not getting any, he's not getting any real purchase of the wicket, but the ball is coming through very slowly. So the batsmen have to be careful here. Can't just go willy-nilly just throwing the bat at the ball.
Well, he's a wily customer, and he does have that knuckleball that goes away from the right-hander, and rightfully so. There is a slip in place for him.
Yeah, he has to be very careful, not just go and be very loose with his stroke play. And there, Jaggers are a little bit quicker, so you know he's mixing up his deliveries quite nicely.
Jordan Warner flying straight with this Victoria outfit, having a decent season.
Again, the
Like,
dot ball starting to pile up now. And that is probably more than anything else is what is going to cause some angst among the Victoria faithful.
well, he's bowling a very tight line indeed, so there's absolutely no room.
They're going to have to hurry again. And this time they're able to get through. Julian is a pretty fast mover. So he made it comfortable.
So John Ross Jagiser, being reliably informed, celebrated his 40th birthday. So he's been around for quite a long time, So he's one of, a very shrewd customer indeed, wily operator.
40 is your new 20, isn't it?
Yeah.
We got LeBron James, who's been around forever, still going strong.
So very experienced indeed at this level, having also played T20 cricket at the CPL level.
So he knows a thing or two, and that's why the it's so encouraging to see so many youths coming into the venue today to witness proceedings, because I've always said you just don't know when the switch will pick on in the minds of a youngster watching at cricket. There's another good delivery.
Beating all ends outside the line of the off stump there. Just pitching on and straightening as it goes past the outside edge of Leonardo Julian's bat. So at the end of over number 5, the score 20 for 2. Leonardo Julian is on 5, and Jordan Warner is not out on 3. Victoria Sports Club chasing a mammoth total of 225 for victory in 30 overs at 20 for 2 after over number 5. John Ross Jagiser with 1 and Sharon Lewis with the other wicket.
Besides the Food King, part of our coverage today, we want to thank them so much. Now open in Tunapuna and Barkpore. And of course, quality value that's our way. Again, to all those who have been Profilbau and others who have been supporting uh, cricket, the domestic cricket, we salute you. There's another quick delivery, but again, the line is probably just a little bit off. But what he's looking at when he's bowling over the wicket, it's that blind spot that the right-handers have against a left-handed bowler, especially a left-handed quick bowler. That he's kind of will become most times the shot is earlier a reflex kind of get out of jail shot. Just try and get the bat onto the ball.
Well, sometimes we witness the batters taking what we call a two-eye stance, Ruskin, where they could be a bit more chest on rather than side on, so that they could have a better sighting of the ball.
Yeah, it is. But again,
opening of the shoulders.
I've always said, and it's you were making reference to some of the innovative shots in cricket today, but you have to practice those shots. This is not the place to just come and attempt them. It's something you have to practice and perfect. And then when you come into the game, you're armed with this in your armory, so you know it's something that you can pull out at any time and be confident that you can execute it.
But I remember the great legend himself, Mutaya Bullerton, saying to the reporters that it took him somewhere between 3 to 4 years to master that dusra before he put it into action.
Yeah, so it's something that you have to practice. It's constant practice. You don't You can't take a day off, literally. That's what most of these guys are telling you. It's hard work. Well played, and that's played nicely into the gap with minimal of fuss. And Warner just waited there and just pulled it away nicely for the victory, for the boundary rather. Just pulled it, just lengthened it, and just helped himself really to that there. Leonardo Julian just rolling the wrists on it.
And from what we see now, the ball is basically when you hit the ball into the pitch halfway down, it's basically just sitting up now. So I'm sure the shine would have gone from that ball at this stage.
Lewis, but Lewis is bowling at a decent clip, which is when you put the ball that short, you're asking for trouble, and that's better. He's actually bowling at a fair clip. He's not like he was never really lightning fast, as we say, express pace, but he's quick enough to keep you honest in the sense that he could rush you as a batsman.
Yeah, he does have that ability to bowl that heavy ball that could surprise you. But today he doesn't seem, in my estimation, Ruskin, to be really unsound, if I may say so.
Yeah, like I said,
Bowling with him, just
but
bowling with him himself, yeah?
because I was suggesting he might be injured or might be carrying a niggle or something. But like I said, at this time, everybody is in that mood. There's another quick single, almost trying to repeat the shot that he got the boundary with earlier. But again, the bowler probably putting a little more effort into it, rushed him a little bit. The ball came off at an awkward part of the bat.
But quality fast bowlers, Ruskin, sometimes they do feed you shots that they think you want to take on, and they allow you the opportunity to feast on a couple deliveries. But bet your bottom dollar, they're gonna come back with a very express delivery that's going to possibly stick you up.
Yeah, it is. It's all part of the planning that bowlers go through. Even spinners do it as well. And again, this is good batting. They're not taking too many risks, and they're just trying to knock off as many runs as they possibly can and see where they go at the end of that. So that's 6 overs completed. It's 27 now for two.
A slow rebuilding process from both these batters, Leonardo Julian and Jordan Warner. Leonardo Julian being the enforcer at this stage, 10 from 14 deliveries. Jordan Warner just working his way into his innings at this stage. If Victoria had to get anywhere close to this total, one of these guys, or both of them, Ruskin, will need to take them as deep as possible into this innings and also have that level of consistency with the rotation of the strike. And looking at the run rate as well, they will also have to keep an eye on that because it will be climbing ball by ball. So 198 required from 144 deliveries. The required rate now 8.25, and they're just going a tad above 4.8. So way behind the run rate at this stage. But what is important is the rebuilding process to get them into a position where they could launch an assault later down in the innings.
So it's been a bit of a struggle for them. Avinash Mahabir Singh comes into the attack. His first delivery is spot on. And of course, he's very familiar with the Victoria players. I'm sure they will be eager to get at him and maybe caution him about his decisions, his choices to leave the club. And not able to get that one through. But and this is part of the whole dynamic of this whole situation here, where a former player returns to play against his former team. Um, they know his game inside out, so they will obviously plan for it, and then it's up to him to execute his plans against his former team.
But also what we've seen, that's a trend that's trending now on the domestic circuit. There have been a lot of player movement as well.
Delivery again, just staying down a little bit and forcing a quick adjustment.
So as the old people say, Ruskin, who have more corn will feed more fowl.
It's uh, it's the it's the nature of the beast because you know what we have in professional sport. You have like free agency, where you have a period where you could trade for players and what have you, but it comes with a lot of restrictions and everything else. So the movement of players is normal. And when you think about it, look at how what franchise cricket has done uh, to the game as you knew it originally. Another single, because previously you didn't fraternize with the enemy, so to speak. But now you play against them one day, and then tomorrow you're in a franchise with that player.
And sharing the same dressing room.
Yep. Yeah. And you're
So
sharing ideas as well as
yeah,
to how to do better with that team. And that's well played, and that's well taken too. Well. The big fella went low down to his right. Mohammed coming up with the catch. What a catch that is. And Jordan has to go. Warner's been there for a while, hasn't been scoring much. And just like that, Mahabir Singh picks a pepper.
so that ball was pitched on leg stump. Jordan Warner, look at it, on leg stump, looking to work that ball truly onside. But Uthman Mohammed diving away, taking a stupendous catch indeed. And really, the wheels from Victoria are slowly falling off here at the Brian Cricket Academy. So wicket number 3 back in the hot, 29 for 3. It brings the wicketkeeper, one of the wicketkeepers in this Victoria setup, Ethan Bal, left-hander by nature. Very elegant player indeed. And I tell you what, the Victoria Sports Club is really up against it here now. They would need to really play, someone needs to play a special innings indeed with the support from the supporting cast, the rest of the supporting cast, to get them anyway close to that 225 that's required for victory. So Avinash Mahabir Singh, in his very first over, picking a pepper.
But a delivery that initially I thought Warner played it well, but he just played it too much in the air. And look at the catch. He's on his on bended knees, it's almost as if he was proposing to somebody. And but I suppose he and the ball had had a moment there when he hauled in the catch, and he probably said something to the ball. And it was a very good catch because he's a tall man and he had to go down low to his right, and he came up with it. And immediately he's on his way. Nicely played, just giving himself a little bit of room and executing the cut shot brilliantly there
So
by Bal.
lovely shot there from Ethan Ball. Just waited on it forever and playing that elegant late dab, and it goes away through third man for a boundary. So what a way to get off the mark here, but still a long way away from the target of 225 required for victory.
It is. It ends the over 33 for 3 after 7, and but it was a good way to get off the mark. And now Jason Mohammed has introduced himself.
But Jason Mohammed has proven over the years, Ruskin, to to be a partnership breaker. And if he were to make further inroads into this Victoria batting lineup, he would only be bringing his team, Powergen Sports Club, closer and closer to that title that is on offer today, which is the 30 over midweek final.
Yeah, it is. It is the first trophy, so to speak,
One of the
handful,
silverware,
one of the handful on offer in the season. So you try to pick it up as much as you can.
45,000 on offer for the first prize.
And Mohammed is a tricky customer because, as you would have suggested, he could break partnerships quite easily.
Well, I think one of his main assets really would be as a bowler is that he's not rated by many, but he's very effective indeed. They sort of like, take him for granted, but he does have that wicket taking delivery in his armory.
It is something that he's done over the years, and I'm sure he will try to do it here. Look at the movement of that delivery, and that's why he's so tricky as a prospect bowling, because you could see that ball actually drifting in, and then a little bit of bounce as well. It's a new ball, it's a relatively new ball. So he must be enjoying this, Jason Mohammed, from around the wicket.
So just about 7.2 overs old. So in the context of the game, relatively new. So just having a look at it here, pitching on about at a fifth stump line and just holding its line and going past the outside edge.
But again, because the batsmen are trying to maybe access the offside, they're not behind the line of the ball sometimes, they're to the side of it. And because anything is just to try to push it into the offside and maybe get a run there. But if the ball isn't there, it looks rather awkward at times.
But Jason is bowling from around the wicket. But what is interesting is the fact that he's bowling wide, very wide on the return crease. So it's telling me that he's looking to get that ball to arc back into the left-handers. And if it holds its line, then he's in business.
Yeah, so it's all about strategy and trying to present something different for the batsman. We'll try to get them out. That ends his first over. And at the end of that over, it is 36 now for 3 after 8.
John Ross Jagged. So 1 for 8 in 3 overs. Sharon Lewis, 1 for 15 in 3 overs. And Abhimash Mahabir Singh in his very first over, 1 for 6. So all the bowlers thus far who has come on has made an immediate impact. So it's going to be Avinash Mahabir Singh to continue from the southern end. It's going to be bowling to Ethan Ball.
And again, feeling for that one, just nibbling at it. Luckily, he got it. It went down, didn't go to hand. It actually hit the edge and went down. And again, the lack of pace in the wicket. And you see what will become interesting is if the bowlers could start getting some bunks to go with the lines that they're bowling.
Well, they do have a slip in play. So if that ball does do anything, if it behaves any differently, the slip could well come into play.
Yeah, it's another dimension that I don't think they want to have to encounter at this point. It's already tough enough, given the consistent lines that they're bowling, and the length is always going to be the issue here. And when they're too short, you get punished.
So that required run rate has gone above 8.5 and over. So I'm sure they're going to keep an eye on that required run rate. But at this stage, having just lost a wicket, the rebuilding process has to kick in.
Again, just Mahabir Singh just a little too short. The batsmen are playing him almost exclusively on the back foot.
Yeah, that one just short back of a leg and hammered to extra cover, but there is no run. So there is a slight break in transmission. Ethan Ball is having his laces tied. So we're having a look at some of the spectators downstairs.
The vuvuzelas making noise, and for them that is fun. For the average cricket fan, it's like annoying, but they love it when they come to the venue. I can imagine the parents probably have rules. You can't blow that anywhere near the house.
Well, for
Yeah.
sure. In some parts of the world, they've banned it, yeah?
There's another quicker delivery, but that too must be heading down leg side.
Umpire Avinash and Narayan having none of it there. Just having a look at it there. That ball just sliding down the leg side with the angle.
Another delivery that he forces him to on the back foot.
So most of these bowlers, they generally just going into the pitch and asking the batters to try and hit the ball off that length, back of a length, where it's difficult to get under the delivery. So batters to come, Damien Joachim.
It's all about ensuring that they get some momentum into this innings. Jason Mohammed and company will be happy the way things are going.
Well,
They don't need to press.
well, at this stage, Powergen Sports Club, they're basically dictating the pace, and with the scoring at a pedestrian pace, the wily customer and Jason Mohammed is taking the opportunity now to try and get in as much overs as possible, without much damage done. So he's read the situation really well and just working away at these Victoria Sports Club batters.
So I think
And
that's really all that Jason Mohammed is doing. He's just getting through his overs here quickly and trying to limit the damage as much as he can. But essentially, he's just trying to take the air out of the game right now for Victoria.
and with two left-handers batting out in the middle, it is the ideal situation in terms of the passage of play for him to bring himself on.
And again, Jason Mohammed trying to really, if he gets one to just do something differently, then that's what he's hoping for there. Because if you notice, he's trying to attack the stumps at all times. Which is a good strategy. And almost encouraging the batsman to have to respect what he's doing.
But he's a very experienced campaigner, so he knows exactly what he wants.
And again, that's a glorious shot. And that has gone. Would you believe it? It's gone the full distance.
Easy as you like there from Leonardo Julian. All he did was just take that stride up, inside out, and over she goes for a maximum. And that's the signal of a quality player, Ruskin Mark. When you could bat as well as Leonardo could, it's amazed me sometimes the manner in which he gets dismissed.
Yeah, they certainly have to keep his concentration levels up, keep him interested in the game. No, it shouldn't be that way as a player playing at this level. But it happens. So you always find players like that who, for whatever reason, they just tend to throw caution to the wind at times when they shouldn't, and or they process things slightly differently, and as a result, they make choices that are not in the best interest of their teams. That's another good shot. We could have got another boundary. Well, he placed it beautifully
So
into the
that's
gap.
so that's gap finding at its best there. Leonardo Julian rocks onto the back foot and hit that ball through mid wicket. And away she goes to a boundary. So a welcome boundary in the context of the contest. Leonardo Julian taking the fight to this Powergen Sports Club team, led by Aki Cooper. So Victoria at this stage, Ruskin, I would say even Stevens, 53 for 3, maybe one wicket more that they would have wanted to have it back in the shed at this stage, but a mini recovery in the context of this game with Ethan Ball and Leonardo Julian leading a fight back for their club.
Yeah, they have a long way to go. So it's just a question of them putting their heads down and batting and batting and batting. And but at some point they're gonna have to accelerate. But right now they're going along just fine. They don't need too much. They don't need to adjust too much right now. And here's another stifled appeal. They're gonna get a couple. And the two is all there will be in it. And that's fine when you're chasing a big total like this. The idea here is you kind of gauge in where you are. 10 overs gone already, and you're probably not where you are. You're probably about 30 runs behind um, at this stage, but that's okay because you can make it up. Like I said, that extra 10 overs can make the world of difference.
And then there's always the option of maybe a six bowling option that you could possibly, you could look to target at some passage, some stage of the innings as well.
And it's really about using your resources. Whatever resources are available to you, use it when the game is finished. It's finished. But while you're playing, it's all about your contribution and how you assess in situations over by over, ball by ball. So they're having difficulty sometimes getting the boundaries, but they're still going through doing the smart things. They're taking the singles and trying their best to keep the rotation going. So Julian is 26 from 27, and Ball is 13 from 11.
And that was very close indeed. That ball just trickled back. Very lucky for Ethan Ball. That ball didn't roll back onto the sticks.
Well, it's really about whatever adjustments they need to make, and just to keep things in proper perspective at all times. And don't worry too much about the final score right now. Right now, it's about the score that they're building. Don't worry too much about the 225, but try and maybe get through to the halfway point at maybe 95, 90 if you can, and just keep it going there. There are some of the cricket board officials enjoying a Sunday afternoon out. All of their hard works, all their long hours of preparing and putting things in place, securing sponsorship, and getting whatever else is required, and to make sure that the game itself is properly managed on the day so that the players could come show up and show off. But it's all so easy now that the batsmen are just blocking the ball. They're not even attempting to muscle some of these balls.
Well, I honestly think that at some stage they definitely have to, show that intent.
And this is more like it, but they're showing intent without taking risk. That's kind of like what they have to do here. And running between the wickets is an integral part of that, and that was very well done there.
So the partnership now, Ruskin, 31 from 27 deliveries. Just what the doctor ordered, but it has to continue for an extended period of time, maybe until maybe in deep into the 20th over as well.
But they're doing this smart thing again. They're batting. They're just batting. They're not, they're not trying to maybe hit a six off every over or something to that effect. But if there's a six ball that they could latch on to, sure, they're fine. But until they get to that phase, this is really the approach that they should be taking.
So Jason Mohammed continuing to be very, very, very stingy indeed.
And he's doing a good job. That's the important thing. He's not overly expensive. And as a result, the batsmen are treating him with respect, and he is putting in a good shift for his team. No, they always need to keep it real, as they say, and he's doing a really good job for his team. And so he's just ringing away and putting it on a spot, and they're having difficulty getting him off the square. 61 for 3 now at the end of over number 11.
Well, I'm sure Powergen is
Over
gonna
12, rather.
Powergen is gonna continue with a diet of spin in this contest. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So umpire Zayed Basarat just exercising and letting the fielders know that you just can't run onto the field of play without permission.
Yeah, it's a method of keeping control of the game, keeping the game moving. Because
Well,
a lot of times players run on and off, unannounced or uninvited.
well, I think more often than not, Ruskin is basically, the team in the shed, wanting to send that message, but will use, different modes of communication.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they do it. You change a pair of gloves for no apparent reason.
yeah,
But it's not so much the glove. The more important thing is to get a word.
yeah, or possibly just pretend that you pull some hamstring or something of the sort, to gain the attention of maybe the physio, which they could relay the message that wants to be carried on the field of play.
Yeah, there are many ways you could do it, but they have to do it within the framework of the player has another good delivery right up in the block hole.
And
And this is the difference. You look at the speed at which he's bowling, and then compare that to the speed at which Mohammed is bowling.
mhm.
You know, and it's part of the paradox. It's another good delivery. He's gonna have to hurry, and it's gonna get there easily again. Good running between the wickets.
So very important indeed to keep that ticking over the score. But at this stage, the run rate has gone above 9 per over, which I'm sure is going to be very worrying indeed.
Just like that, out of the blue, they say he just uncorked a beauty there.
Yeah.
And while all the attention was on Julian, here comes Bal.
Yeah, and what a majestic cover drive indeed. Just leant into it and allowed a natural flowing of the bat to make contact with the ball, and it had 4 written all over it. So a gorgeous cover drive there from Ethan Ball, and really helping the cause of his team to stay on course.
Yeah, and they need, we always said you need a lot of that, but you don't need all of it one time. So if you can just keep plugging away, and taking advantage of, you know, anything loose, that's going to be the hallmark of this innings for Victoria. They need partnerships, and if every batsman that comes to the crease now sticks around long enough so that the captain could help them to get to get a big score, then that's what it would. Jason Mohammed now will have to counter that by rotating his bowlers and see who can get him a breakthrough. sooner rather than later.
Well, I think at this stage, 3 overs and 19 from Jason, he'll want to fancy himself maybe to just continue for another
The
two
bowl
or
out is
so.
5, yeah,
Yeah,
bowl out, yeah.
yeah.
So and again they could wait until the refreshment, the break, so that they could discuss strategy.
Well, at this stage of the game, Victoria is not running away, with the game by any stretch of the imagination. So he has that luxury where he could keep rotating his bowlers and, keeping that scoring rate in check.
Yeah,
So
do the first one quickly, yeah.
Akil Cooper leading this Powergen side maybe for a number of years now, as much as I can remember. So wanting to, get this first silverware for season 26 into the cupboards at the Powergen Penal Sports Club cabinet.
Down the wicket he goes, and away it goes. Again, just giving himself the opportunity to advance to the ball, try to get it as quickly as possible, and then without going across the line of the ball, he just went with it.
And which you'll always ask your youngsters to do, Ruskin. Keep that full face of the bat going towards the ball and not trying to hit across the line of flight. So Ethan Ball really putting in the shift here for Victoria, keeping them in this contest. The required rate 9.21 at this stage. So we just about 9 deliveries from the halfway stage, and I'm sure at the halfway stage they are going to have some discussions as to how they're going to approach that final 90 balls to get to the total.
And you just get the impression that Leonardo Julian is sort of chomping at the bit to get on with things.
Well, he's that kind of player. He loves to feel the ball on the bat.
And almost inventing a shot there because he played that so low to the ground, but he went across it, just turning the bat over
Well,
in
I,
his
I, I
hands.
thought I was looking at a backhand table
Table
tennis
tennis,
shot
yeah.
there.
He just kind of flipped it back, and it also tells you how good
A strip it is.
and not only that, how much form he's in that regard. Because only when you're in that kind of form you hit balls like that, because if you're not in form, you're not getting anywhere near that delivery. The end of the over, another quick one from Jason Mohammed. And at the end of it, it's 75 for 3 now.
So 150 required from 16 overs, 150 from 96 deliveries.
Yeah, it's a big ask for them, but they need somebody to come at some point and really destroy the attack.
Well, you definitely need a cameo of some sort.
You ask the question where again this one is going to run away for 4. And just ever so slightly, they're starting to come to terms. This is a 50 partnership as well.
And a very timely one indeed. 50 from 44 deliveries. Ethan Ball has definitely come to the party for Victoria, playing some really sumptuous deft touches, the late cut in action there. Someone like the great man himself, Brian Lara, would be very proud of that execution.
Yeah, they need to keep going. Well, like I say, but without taking undue risks. And if they can pick up a boundary or two in quick succession, that will help because what it does, it reduces the difference.
Well, once you get a boundary, let's say in the first 2 balls of the over, Ruskin, then you can afford to work your way to maybe 8, 9 runs and over.
And again, here's another one. They're looking for this one, and he takes it. Well. Just as we were saying, you cannot get carried away with it. And Leonardo Julian pays the price. He goes for 39, and a very well judged catch out in the deep.
Yeah, so Jason Mohammed plucking that one out of the air. It gets rid of the dangerous Leonardo Julian.
Yep. So there it is again. He's bowling well. Again, a little bit of flight and but the ball again not as short as Julian thought it was. He was cramped for room there. He didn't really get it off the middle of the bat, and from the time he hit it, you could just see the the
But what
anxiety on his face.
well, great captaincy as well from Akil Cooper, having, possibly the best catcher from your team, in that hot traffic area in the Deep Midweek region.
So the players are getting some refreshments. So we'll be back in a short while.
Two aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South.
So a single to get him off the mark immediately. Aaron Nanan, and they're going to need him to make a significant. In fact, every other batsman who comes now is going to be required to make a contribution, a big contribution at that. Of course, when you have a name like Nanan, the expectation is there as well that you have a certain standard. But kudos there to Mahabir Singh. He's really bowled beautifully and deserved his wickets as well. So he's given his team another breakthrough there that will certainly keep them in good stead. So 81 for 4 now after 15. So we are at the halfway stage And just to do a quick, as you look at the spectators keeping their focus out in the middle. And Bidesi has come into the attack now. At the halfway stage, would you believe it, Powergen were 91 for 2 at the stage. So they're right there. It's just that they've lost those 2 additional wickets. So Bidesi comes into the attack. And that's well played, because that's causing the fielder to have to move a long way. And that's kind of like how they have to approach this now. If you can't get it all in one shot, then you're going to have to use your legs to make up the difference, which means running between the wicket becomes crucial. It also creates opportunities for runouts if there's any miscommunication at all. And that's but he survives. He kept his eyes on it.
Aaron Nana, and one of those youngsters who've come through the ranks at Victoria, having played for a number of years, now really maturing into a very good club cricketer.
It's related to the Nanas from Faisal, Ranji and company, and Nirmal.
I'm not too sure. What I could tell you, he's from Barco.
So he's a Nanan from Barkpur,
A Nanan from
as
Barco.
opposed to a Nanan from Faisal. Yeah, Molly Gangas from Barkpur. Yep. Can be Daisy probably just a little too flat right now, a little too quick. He probably, it would be encouraged, but I suppose he's just trying to get comfortable in his work here before he starts experimenting. And again, Nana just waiting and the ball to turn into him, not prodigious spin, but just enough movement that he has to adjust.
Yeah, Bideshi just seems to be not spinning the ball, but more bowling a lot of sliders at this stage of the innings.
Ken is so quick that the batsman, even if he can't read it, it's all happening so quickly that once he just puts the bat there, it's going to jump off the bat and get him a single. 87 for 4 at the end of over number 16.
Ethan Ball moves on very quickly on to 35 from 29 deliveries. And Aaron Nanan just striking it out to the middle. 5 from 5 deliveries. So it's going to be Avinash Mahabir Singh to continue from the southern end. Bowling to Ethan Ball. Avinash Mahabir Singh, a former Victoria player, Victoria sports player, now plays his trade with Powergen.
Taking a little bit of risks there, but we've seen that so often, players backing away, trying to open up the offside and playing it, some most times cutting the ball off the stumps, as was the case there.
It's a very dangerous ploy indeed, but for some players it has been very profitable for them. You know, it's one of the ways that they get a lot of runs.
And Nanan he's going to have to hurry again, just not able to pick it up. And like I said, the running between the wickets, while it is important, it also creates opportunities for runouts. And Dejan Charles almost had a chance there, had a look in.
But sometimes as well, the flip side of that as well, Ruskin,
And again, so we're seeing that shot more and more now.
Is that sometimes because of the batter's attempts to steal singles, the fielders are more tempted to come a bit closer, and sometimes that could result, in the batters taking advantage in terms of piercing the gaps.
Again, slight adjustment with the speed at which he's bowling. I tell you what, I like just this whole
Emilia,
approach to the game, to this spell. Um, he's really done very well. He's kept it very tight, hasn't given away too many boundaries.
but he's that kind of bowler that bowls wicket to wicket, so it's very, very difficult sometimes to score off him because basically you've got to go against the tide in order to try and squeeze the ball.
And here is the first little bit of inventory that we call it, coming into going with the unorthodox approach. And unfortunately, couldn't get away with it. So Nanan will have to try again as he overcomes. So in 90 for 4 now after 17.
But it's great to see Ira Nanan, looking to do something different, trying to stay positive, trying to keep that run rate, at a manageable level. And sometimes, you can take the risk, when required. Now, if he doesn't execute it well and it spoons up, then I'm sure he's going to get more than a mouthful from the spectators as well as the coaching staff. But it's all part and parcel of the modern game, the innovation.
Well, it's risk and reward, eh? So, but you have to work out how you minimize risk and still get just reward for your shots. And but
Well,
we
most
all
of the,
know
well, most of these risks, I must admit, Ruskin, has to be calculated on the length of the delivery in order to execute.
that's. But if you're premeditating, then you just going with the bowler. You're not really looking at length or anything like that. You're just premeditating because you figure now you're gonna try the ramp shot or you're gonna do a reverse. And you see too often the
Well,
ball is not there for the shot, for the particular shot, but it's still played. And here he goes again, nicely done, and just nibbling it. Good cricket as well, limiting them to just the one run. I went for a moment there, it looked like it had more in it.
well, I tell you what, Sharon Lewis put on his football boots there, making a timely stop. Had that gone past him, they may have gotten a boundary. So a very good stop indeed by Sharon Lewis.
And
And here we
again,
see,
yep, it's just taking the single. So they probably realize, look, the only way we're going to get this inning started properly is to go the route of the singles. Just keep going. They're well behind the 8 ball, but they're not too far off. So that I say, one big over, and they could be right back on an even keel. But it's going to take some effort. Already we're into the 18th over. We're almost finishing the 18th over. So they have 12 after this. And again, they're going to fashion another comfortable single.
well, Powergen is definitely rattling through their overs very quickly indeed with their spinners in operation. 4 spinners on show thus far: Bideshi, Jason Mohammed, Avinash Mahabir Singh, and of course John Ross Dragicer doing the bulk of the bowling,
So
with 3 overs
95,
coming from Sharon Lewis.
95 for 4 now. And things not looking all that rosy. But like I said, cricket is a strange old game. All it needs is one man to come and just effectively swing the bat. and not only score big runs, but score them in a hurry, so that it certainly puts pressure.
Well, it's almost a two-run a ball now to get to that total, Ruskin. So it's getting ominous as we speak. Very ominous indeed. But we're going to see the introduction of Uthman Mohammed. So skipper Akil Cooper is going for one of his frontline seamers here, looking to change up the pace of the game, but more importantly, looking to continue to pry out more wickets from this Victoria batting lineup. Now, my question to you, Ruskin, is when do Victoria look to pull the trigger with the likes of the Joachim and D?
But they're going to have to. Well, now we have Uthman Mohammed coming into the attack, and so it means that there's speed on the ball now. So is this what you're looking for, to maybe go after the quicker bowlers? And if you could get a couple boundaries, let's say Uthman Mohammed bowls three on the trot, but if you can milk him for 10,
7, 8 and over.
if you get 10 in one, 8 in the next one, and another 10 in another one, or even 12, all of a sudden you're right where you
Where
will
you want to
actually be
be.
ahead of the game
Yeah.
if you could do that. Because in the other overs, you could still consolidate and push it around and pick up wickets. So maybe that's the plan that they probably were looking at here. Let's target one bowler, see if we can't get some big runs from him. You don't have to get it all in one over. But let's see if we can get some big runs from him.
Maybe a 15, 20 run over, over, and just bring you back within striking distance.
Yeah, it's always about trying to maximize what you have and minimize the success of the opponents. And again, this one is up in the air. This could go, and he takes the catch. So Uthman Mohammed, with his very first delivery, gets the breakthrough, and he gets the prize wicket, that of Bal, for 40 from 35.
So Uthman Mohammed picking picking a pepper here with his very first delivery in this contest, and Victoria at this stage are really behind the eight ball. They're struggling at this stage, tottering at 95 for 5. Ethan Bal playing a very handy hand indeed, 40 from 35 deliveries, but it does bring in looking to take it on, hitting the splice of the bat and just looping into the onside where skipper Akil Cooper completing the catch.
Yeah, it's not be.
But just as we were discussing Joachim, he strides out to the middle of our skin. Is it going to be the Damian Joachim show?
Well, somebody has to do something. You can't just passively go through the innings and nobody, and don't try something. Don't try to see if you could just upset the best laid plans by Captain Cooper and company. Just give them something to think about. Maybe force them into making a change, or adjusting their bowling attack. And that's brilliantly done. Very, very well played indeed.
So it's a
Wha-
scorching cover drive there from Damian Joachim. Look at him just let on this delivery and allow the bat to do the rest, bisecting extra cover to his left and long off to his right. And away she spreads away into the boundary. So welcome, Uthman Mohammed.
yeah, 99 now on the board. 99 for 5. It's been a long time coming, but Mohammed brings up the 100 with that wide. So
So at this stage, do you give Damian Joachim a full license to express himself,
Well, yeah,
or
before you left the dressing room, they should have given him that license. I don't think there's any question that somebody has to try and ruffle the feathers of the Powergen unit. Another quick single that is very well taken. And you ask yourself the question, have these two been batting at all, Nanan and Joachim? Because when you're playing a game like this and you rely on each other's response, if you need a quick single, you need the support, you need the response from your partner. If you don't have that, it could be a real disaster.
yeah, and especially if they don't have that chemistry where that communication level is on par with each other, then it makes it very, very difficult indeed. And more often than not, it results in a run out.
They always need to do something out of the ordinary to try and see if they could just upset things, because right now, this is too easy for Powergen. They're just cruising at
So,
the moment.
so Aaron Nana is also a former Powergen Sports Club player as well, Ruskin. So a lot of these players with the player movement in action,
Nanan from Barpo.
Nanan from Barpo.
So Uthman Mohammed 1 for 7. A brilliant start. Wicket off your first ball. And
Well, it's a dream start if you ask me for Uthman Mohammed. Just what the doctor would have ordered, to continue to put the pressure on Victoria, tighten the screws.
yeah, but they're having a real tough time getting at the bowlers from Powergen. The Powergen bowlers are really mastered the art of minimizing damage.
Well,
And
kudos to Akil Cooper, in the manner in which he has rotated his bowlers as well, Ruskin.
yeah, they've done well. That's a good run in there. It was a good delivery from Mohammed. Caused a little bit of angst there to the batsman, but he manages well, pushes the score now to 105 for 2 with that couple. That's the very latest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share.
Here we go again as they continue here, but the singles, like I said, that's not going to hurt Powergen at all. So they'll be happy with that.
And they'll be happy that Damian Joachim is not on strike, because I don't believe that Powergen, believe that Aaron Nanan could hurt them to the extent where he could take the game away from them. But with Damian Joachim off strike, then it just eases the pressure on Powergen.
Yeah, Joachim is going to have to figure out a way to get him back on strike. And again, nothing too scary. What they don't want is for him to soak up, a lot of deliveries and then just, as they say, pelt a whoop. Then it defeats everything
Well, I
that
think at
he's
this
doing.
stage, Ruskin, Damian Joachim will possibly want to have a go at Bideshi with the ball coming back into him.
And that's played just over the head of the bowler. But at least you see intent from Joachim. You know, he looks like he wants
Get on with
to
things.
get on with things, but he's really constrained somewhat, and that's a testament to the bowlers as well. They've all done a masterful job.
Very tight there from Bideshi. Nothing Aaron Allen could do there. Tight between the sticks there. And all he could do is just tamely tap it back to the bowler.
It is. It's just the reality. This is when you have a well-oiled machine operating. The bowlers know what to do. The captain doesn't really have to go over too much with them. Plus the fact that none of the batsmen have been able to really get on top of the bowlers. So it's not like the captain is scrambling or looking for solutions. He's just laid out his plan and they're executing it, to near perfection. Just as I say so, Bidesi bowls are wide. Just as I was giving them perfection,
It's the
they give me,
commentator's
yeah, they
curse,
give me
Ruskin.
imperfection inside of there. But I think too, what he's trying to do is bowl the googly a little bit more and try and see if he can take it away from the right-hander. And there's a big swing and a miss. And but at least he's making a swing. The others aren't swinging, and they ain't getting no runs. The end of the over. It's 110 for 5 now after 20.
115 required from 60 deliveries. It's getting further and further away from this Victoria outfit. 11.5 runs and over is what is the required rate at this stage. So it's going to take something extremely special from one of these players or both of these players to even get Victoria close to that total. But we do know that they have, chased down big targets in the past.
Yeah, but again, this attack is a totally different attack. This is an experienced attack, and it's an attack that also has good variety in it. So see if they can do one of two things: keep breaking through, and maybe bowl out their opponents. There's a big swing there. Not a bad delivery. Pace on there. Just touching down and just leaving the outside edge.
Well,
Wasn't too far away.
yeah, that's the line and length. Just about that fourth, fifth stump line, asking questions and challenging. More importantly, the outside edge of the bat at the same time.
No, never a dull moment for them as they keep trying here, the bowlers. The batters, though, they're having a really tough time.
So Uthman Mohammed here, putting the shift here, to me, in my estimation, he's really cranked it up a bit in this over. And Aaron Nana is genuinely being beaten for pace.
Yeah, but again, his footwork has to be a little bit better just to get into line and try to work from there. But once he stays where he is in his stance, he really is efficient outside the off stump.
Yeah, so that's 3 consecutive deliveries landing in the same area. And if you were to have a look at it, he's playing away from his buddy, so he's in no position to really execute that back foot punch that he's attempting to play.
And this one is in the air. This could be the end of him, and it is. So after all the frustration there, he goes for 13, and it's another pepper for Mohammed.
Yeah, so it's just a repeat of what transpired recently. But at this stage, Ruskin, something had to give. So I can't blame Aaron Nana one bit there for attempting to change the course of how this game has progressed thus far. But
Yeah.
unfortunately for him, holding out to skipper Akil Cooper at extra cover of Uthman Mohammed.
But again, it's about knowing your personnel and understanding what the demands of the game.
This young man has proven time and time again that he does have the ability to be a game changer, Nicholas Ali. He does have all the skill sets, to become a really good all-rounder. So, yeah, also, I'm reminded a former Powergen player as well. So he would definitely have a intimate knowledge of this Powergen team, how they operate, what their plans are and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it'll be up to him, to execute, to keep his team in contention to cross the line.
Yeah, let's see if he can in fact do that today because they need it. They need it in the worst way. If they are to get close to Powergen's score, that's not going to scratch one bit. That's not going to hurt, and they are just going to keep accumulating these dot balls and putting the pressure right back on the Victoria batsman.
But every dot ball as well, Ruskin just keeps that RPO going up.
This one's another skyer, and he too could be out, and he is. Well, trying to get on with things there, and he goes for a duck.
So that's too easy if you ask me there. Absolutely spineless there from Nicholas Ali, showing no fight whatsoever, and really, it's a huge mountain to climb at this stage. In cricket, we say never, but it seems Ruskin is heading south. This title is heading deep south.
It's almost like a revolving door now, where they're having real issues with getting contributions uh, from any of their batsmen at the moment. They really need somebody to do something, just something different. Will it be Garcia, Eric Garcia?
Eric Garcia strides out to the middle. He's no mug with the bat. He does have some batting ability, but at this stage, Damian Joachim will have to go for broke. It's either go hard or go home.
Well, home is where the heart is.
It definitely is where their heart is.
The- these players are certainly enjoying this, and they would this the trip back down to Penal is going to be an enjoyable one should they hold on here. And there we go, that's gone. And we've been waiting for this for some time, and finally Joachim gets one that he can feast on.
Well, I tell you, it will have to be a lot more than just this one hit. But this young man does pack a punch. He does hit the ball a mile. And once that young man is out in the center, I'm sure Powergen will still feel a bit uneasy until if they're able to dismiss him. But he's one of those guys who are gonna die fighting. He's not gonna lie down and die. I could tell you that much.
Let's see how Bidesi adjusts. And almost getting through there.
Piece on from BDC there. Looking to York him there, asking him to go across the line of flight. Just getting enough. It's a googly.
And now they have to find something, and eventually he will get his man. So Bidesi gets the breakthrough now, So he gets his revenge. He was carted out the ground a couple deliveries before, but not this time.
Yeah, too much for Damian Joachim at this time, and really giving it away at this stage. But it's a slider out of the front of the hand and cannon into the leg stump there of Damian Joachim. So wicket number 8 goes down. Damian Joachim goes bold and Navin Bideshi. And the wheels are really falling off here very quickly at the Brian Cricket Academy. And at this stage, Powergen right in the ascendancy to lift the first silverware of the 2026 cricket season right here at the Brian Cricket Academy. But out comes the man, CR12, Chadian Raymond, a very feisty customer indeed. 21.3 overs in the books, 116 for 8. So Powergen at this stage are cantering to a mammoth victory in this 30 over final here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But compliments at this stage. I mean, it's not over, Ruskin, but they've played really good cricket to get to this stage.
Yeah, they're really doing very well, and I think they would be justifiably proud of their efforts. And when you consider they're also in the running for the Premier League title as well, so to pick up a victory here is, as they say, is gravy. And so if they can outmaneuver Queens Park to the top of the table there, then they might be
You're talking about season 2026, I hope.
well, yeah, to go it because that's a wide. It's signal by the umpire.
But it's very close at the top of the table with the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
Yeah, but there's that game, that one game that could make all the difference.
Yeah. But at this stage, the Queen's Park Cricket Club has gone ahead. And a loud appeal there. Garcia looking to turn that ball onto the onside, closing the face a bit too early on this occasion. It ricochets it to the pad. There's no run. So Bideshi looking to finish off things here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Into his 4th over.
Again, like I said, the singles are not going to hurt. They don't mind these at all. They would actually relish if they could only take singles the rest of the way. But 22 overs completed at 119 now for 8.
Yeah, so just a matter of time now for this game to conclude. At this stage here now, it's all Powergen. They are romping to a mammoth victory here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But I'm sure Chadian Raymond and Eric Garcia will want to continue that fight. If not get to the total Ruskin, but at least try and bat all of the allocated overs in this contest.
Yeah, well, that's the general principle for them is you try to bat out the overs. You don't leave overs on the board at any time. But when you lost 8 wickets and you're staring up at a mammoth total, you're almost in no man's land, if you know what I mean. You still need a further 106 runs. You have 48 balls to get them, and a boundary is like a rarity, so to speak. It
And then you've got a man, Uthman Mohammed, who is steaming in with 3 for 10 and 2.1 over. So he's looking to possibly get the man of the match award here if he could possibly pry out the final 2 wickets here, getting a fiver and really raising his hand up there, for the man of the match award.
It would be an achievement in itself. That's well played, but again, just a single, and that has been the recurring theme here.
So
The batsmen have not been able to get on top of the bowlers.
Well, I must admit that Akil Cooper has done a tremendous job in terms of marshalling his troops here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Yeah, they've played fearless cricket. They've played a brand of cricket that, they'd be very proud of. This year they have been doing exceptionally well in the league as well as this 30 over contest. So for them, they're definitely on a high. And if they are to complete this victory, I'm sure it's going to further emphasize their strength, in challenging, all the other contenders going forward.
And really, the aggression is coming from the bowlers when you would have been hoping to
Got
see the batsmen be the ones being the more aggressive ones out there. But Mohammed is showing real aggression here. He wants another wicket.
Well, he's letting Chidi and Rima know that hey, it's a fast bowler that's you're coming up against.
And this one is lifted in the air, just dropping short there. But again, a little bit of bounce, and Raymond just pushing at it.
Yeah, so he's really steaming in there, hitting some really hard lengths there. Riemann trying to play on the up, but that ball with that tennis ball bounce was always going to defeat him there. So man continues to steam in here, looking for another pepper. But very well played there from Chedi and Riemann, just working that ball down to long on. There's only a single on offer. It takes the score to 120 for 8, and Chedi and Riemann moves on to 2.
Again, they just haven't been able to find a way. But that's a real credit to the bowling attack. They, they've, they've all put their hands up, and they've all contributed to this position, this precarious position that
Well, for me,
Victoria find themselves.
Ruskin, just rewinding a bit, going back to the toss, yeah. I am a firm believer that in a final, no matter what level of the game that you're involved in, if you win the toss, for me, if you're capable enough to bat first and put a score on the board, more often than not, it results in a scoreboard pressure. I felt by inserting the opposition, Powergen at that stage, really allowed them to to bat freely and gain that momentum.
121 for 8. It is 23 overs completed. But they have been such a good chasing team, so they've basically hitched their wagon on chasing. Problem is, they didn't cater for this stinginess on the part of the bowlers.
Well, the think tank of Powergen needs, to be given a lot of kudos indeed because their planning has been on spot, right on spot.
And this one is going, and it's just dropping short there. John Ross I didn't expect him to put in a dive there. Yeah,
And
that
Bidesh,
and a yellow cow you're not seeing.
I tell you what, Navin Bideshi was not impressed by that effort at all from John Ross Jaggi. So, he felt that he could have put in the shift there and catch the ball, but nevertheless,
I think John Ross, that went through his mind about 15 times in that little through there.
JD Raymond
Should I go?
continues to
Should I
live a
not
charm
go?
life.
Should I go or should I go? Not going.
It's like Sulaiman bowling and somebody hits back one at him. He will always take the end of caution. A boundary will not affect anything at all. But
No,
those fingers are worth millions, as you know.
yep, live to fight another day. That's the general idea of it. But then there are others who operate on a totally different maxim. They want to catch everything that comes even remotely close to them. They would love to either get under the skiers, take a blinder, even if it was to stick in the hand. And that's a magnificent hit. That's how you hit it. When you hit it, it stays hit.
So Eric Garcia is showing some fight here for Victoria Sports Club. Going downtown. A pitch up delivery there from Navin Bideshi, asking to be hit in the hitting arc, and Eric Garcia executed to perfection there. Uh,
You just heard the loud thump when it hit, when it finally landed. And again, he's trying to force him away. But this is part of the, I suppose, the whole philosophy of bowling. You just got hit for a six. Chances are the next one is going to be flat and quick. And as opposed to trying to deceive the batsman or let him think he could do it a second time, and you just adjust the line a little bit, maybe push it further outside the off stump or something, and
so
see if you be brave enough to try to hit you a second time in succession.
yeah, so intelligent batting from this pair, even though the game is really has gone miles away from Victoria. These two guys are still putting up a brave fight, in the context of the contest, and taking every opportunity to gain as much experience as well, playing in a competitive environment.
It's 131 for 8, and really overs just whittling down at the moment. 24 gone, so we have 6 remaining.
Yeah, and it's whittling away very quickly indeed. Just 6 overs remaining in the piece here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The run rate, the required run rate is in excess of 15, and we could almost put that to bed at this stage. It's more a fact of when this contest is going to be concluded.
You have no faith in Mr. Garcia, do you? And there he goes again, and there it goes again.
Well, as I said previously, these guys continue to fight. But for me, it's a case where try and salvage some pride.
And of course, it's what is required. Is it too little, too late? That may very well be the situation, but I'm sure Profilbau, they're probably over the moon when they see this kind of fight and determination.
Of course, and especially for me young chargers, leading that fight. They have not thrown in the towel at any stage. Eric Garcia continues to play.
And that's a brilliant shot again. He's might only get a single, but he's going back for the second one. He's going to have to hurry. And the return is a good one, but it's just a fraction too late.
With excellent running indeed there from Eric Garcia. Really trying to raise his stocks as a player, on the domestic circuit.
He doesn't look that big when he's bowling, but when he's batting, he looks massive.
Yeah, he's a towering guy.
And that's what they need, though. That's what the game needs. And again, Mohammed guilty there, of letting him off the hook. Yeah, but maybe he wants to get a crack at
Shady and Raymond.
Raymond. Probably feels that he has a better chance at Raymond.
So I'm sure Eric Garcia is telling him, Shady, just bat on, bro. Just bat on. Don't give it away.
That sounds like Rafiq Jumadi when I was making my debut for Trinidad and Tobago. Rafiq was telling me, "You play straight, youngster. I will do the heavy lifting." And I'm watching him like, I've just made 100 the last weekend, and he has a good throw, but it might cost them, and it will cost them a second run. So it hit the wicket at the non-striker's end and ricochet for the extra run. And that was it. And Jumas was like, of course, he's senior to me by a mile, as they say.
Mm.
And those were his first words to me. okay, youngster, you play straight, I'll do the heavy lifting. And I'm watching at him like, but you really can't bat. So
I just
what
coming
are
off
you
a
telling
100.
me?
What are you telling me?
So I'm like, really?
But to Rafik Jumadine, R.I.P. Rest in peace, Rafik Jumadine. I'd like to also say a special good evening to his wife, Rosalind.
Rafiq, man, was a funny guy. Could bowl though. And
He used to tell us some stories, Rafik Jumadine, and one of the stories that stayed with me until this time. He said, my brother in Shanali, because they used to
spin
bowl
twin.
in tandem with each other, yeah. And he said you would hear the steam just whistling coming out, from this guy. He used to refer to Inshan as a freak.
Yeah, he was a funny cricketer in Shanali. He was a fun cricketer more than anything else.
Hmm.
And he played cricket for fun, and that was about it with Inchan. 25 overs completed, 143 for 8. That's the latest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Both Shady and Raymond and Eric Garcia continues the fight for Victoria United Sports Club here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people.
So welcome back here. Just a one run added, 144 now for 8. As Bidesi continues trying to put the finishing touches. And speaking of finishing touches, all of a sudden the ball is coming off the bat with a real oomph, as they say, because these two batsmen are really swinging the bat powerfully.
But what's important from both of these players, they just seem to be enjoying their cricket
Mhm.
and not really.
Trying to get at him, but can't get there. You could see him; he's disappointed. He didn't get under that one. He's trying to get down there, and Raymond, but no luck.
Yeah, but rather than trying to hit the ball as straight as possible, he's still trying to tug the ball. And to me, that's resulting in him not being able to get the connection that, he really wants.
And very well played again. You could just see Eric Garcia there and the concept of batsmanship in his approach. I'm sure he's probably going to go down as a big hitter, but the principles are there.
Well, realizing that he's not there to the ball.
And here's an appeal for a run out, essentially.
So realizing that he wasn't there to the pitch of delivery, what he did was just checked it, and I was able to rotate. So he's showing a lot of maturity in the context of the game.
And again, trying to get it into the gap. It's well played. 4 more. So Shady and Raymond just finding a way and getting a bus one over the line there. 150 on the board. It's 151 now for 8 after 26.
So just rocking onto the back foot and going up and over extra cover, and it goes into the boundary.
It's well played. It's a very well played. You look at it and you see the intent and the execution, very well done, you would have to say. It's just a pity that they didn't get more of this earlier. That probably would be making a difference now. And then they might just, let's say they just needed like 50 runs or so, or you know, or even less than that, but with still the same 8 wickets down, but these two chasing. There you go. That's a big hit. Is it good enough? Is it long enough? And is it taken? No, he couldn't. It went for 6. He actually probably helped it over the line, or was he already over the line when he got his hands to it? We'll see here now. Mohammed pitching up. That's a dangerous thing to do when you have a batsman like that just swinging for the fences. Yeah, you're asking for trouble there. And I think he actually dropped it over the line. He helped it over. Let's see what he does again. And again, does he get all this time? Another opportunity for a catch here. And it's finally taken.
Cephas Cooper taking that catch right long on. Eric Garcia departs a very well played 28 from 15. Victoria 157 for 9. But a very good cameo at the back end of the innings here from Eric Garcia. Showing some fight, you know. Cheese that's required a 225 for victory.
So Giovanni is going to make his way out.
Yeah, Jovan Ali, commonly called Joe. And here we see Utman coming in from the southern end. A fish up delivery. This one is hit high into the skies. Cephas Cooper getting under it at this stage and taking a very comfortable catch indeed. And another one bites the dossier at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
It was a well-judged catch from Cephas Cooper. Had to make some move.
Four wickets for Uthman Mohammed.
Yeah, 4 for 30. Figure spoiled just a little bit there with the big hitting, but he won't mind. 4 wickets, that's the most important thing. And now he has a chance at 5.
Yeah, and I would support if he gets a fiver here this afternoon, Ruskin. And I'm sure he's gonna be in the running for the Man of the Match award.
Well, I think there are really, when you think about it, there are really only 2 people who you could probably see in for the man in the match.
But it either
with
be
him and Solozano.
Solozano with that 75, yeah?
Yep. Those are probably the only 2 candidates seriously in line.
The contest, yeah. But my favorite would be at this stage. I think possibly Putman. There'll be even Stevens there. Maybe if he gets the 5 wicket haul, I'll give him the nod. But that total is built around a very good innings from the young man.
Solozano. So this was a little bit of adventure there. Ali chipping down to Mohammed. I don't think he'd be happy about that as a fast bowler.
But I tell you what, I can't wait to see what the response is going to be when he's back on strike.
If he's back on strike, because I just have a funny feeling Chadian Raymond is going to have a swing here. He's not going to play defensively. He's probably going to look at this as, let me see how much I could get here now. And he's probably just going to have a go.
But it's a very quick delivery indeed. Back of a length. And it whistles past the outside edge into the mid of wicketkeeper Daniel Williams. So Uthman Mohammed still putting in a shift here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, even though, it's a foregone conclusion at this stage where this final is concerned.
A 5-wicket scenario that he's working on here. And this one is hit in the air, but it's in the gap. And it's gone for 4. Mohammed probably thought but that needed something special. And again, he's pitching up and inviting the batsman to drive.
Yeah, in the batter's arc there, and Jaden Raymond really throwing the kitchen sink at that one, and it whistles through extra cover for a boundary.
So let's see if he does a 162 for 9 0, which is probably irrelevant given all that is happening and the state of the game. In the air it goes. This time it could be out caught on the boundary. And it bounces. And Mohammed is not happy at all. In fact, he threw the ball at the stumps. In fact, I don't think he threw it at the stumps. He just threw it down in disgust. And the batsman took a single on it. So, really, he was not happy. He saw 5 wickets there and he told himself, this is it. But this is not it.
Well, he definitely would have been in the driver's seat for that Man of the Match award. Unfortunately, the fielder was not interested.
He dropped it. It pumped in front of him, yeah, and so but he was close enough to it that Utman probably felt he should have at least advanced to take the catch.
Yeah, it was that man down at long on there.
So 27 completed now, 163 for 9. So it's just for them to put the finishing touches here, and Sharon Lewis is back into the attack.
Yeah, Sharon Lewis is given the responsibility to finish the innings here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Powergen on the verge of winning their first title of season 2026. It is the 30 over midweek final. And Sharon Lewis goes into leg stop. Chadian backing away, making some room for himself, and just eases it out to extra cover. There's just a single on offer, but it brings the right-hander, Giovanni,
Yep.
on strike.
So 164 for 9 now. And it could end any moment now. Or we could have a big swing that sails out of the ground. Which is it going to be? And doesn't sail out of the ground, but it travels quickly to long off.
So Victoria continues to fight here. It is going to be in a losing cause, but it's great, Ruskin, to see these guys and them have not thrown in the towel. You know, they're still occupying the crease. They're still trying to keep positive, and at this stage, not doing their repetition, any bad at all.
Trying to see if he could get it over the keeper's head.
Well, I'm sure Sharon Lewis wouldn't be a happy camper if Cheney and Raymond was able to ramp him there.
Well, it was with the effort. Now, here's the follow-up. This could be very quick or very slow. And there you go. Right up into the block hole there. He was trying to hit across the line, maybe trying to scoop it past fine leg. And that is the end of that bold neck and crop.
And look at the emotions there from Sharon Lewis having a bold Cheney and Raymond all over the shop here. So it's done and dusted here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Powergen Sports Club comfortably defeating the Victoria Sports Club here in the 30 over midweek final. And, they were led admirably by the skipper, Akil Cooper.
So Mohammed with 4 wickets, 4 for 36. And this is the final over. Again, it was a good length delivery, but if he was playing like an orthodox shot, but Lewis is pumped up about that one. And that's one of the prettiest sights in cricket when you disturb the furniture. And Lewis, very, very emotional there, but very, very happy indeed. He ended up with 2 wickets, and that's the situation there. Comprehensive victory indeed in the end for the boys from Powergen, from Penal.
Sign Village in Penal. So this trophy has traveled all the way deep south. So Powergen claiming the first silverware for season 2026. So congratulations to the Powergen Penal Sports Club on a very well earned victory here in this final.
Yeah, they won by 59 runs in the end, so a solid victory indeed. So that's the situation here. I'll be making my way downstairs to do the presentation. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with more in a short while.
For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapo, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapo, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapo, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built. The Grand Market Barapur, because at the heart of everything we do, quality and value, that's our way. For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Pasad's The Food King Grand Market Barapur, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher, thoughtfully built.
That this tournament was well executed from start to finish. Special thanks also extended to our match officials, scorers, the facilities manager and the Brandar Cricket Academy, Mr. Shivanan Ramata, and the ground staff, our match day staff, the streaming crew for today's final Cricket 360, whose professionalism upheld the high standards of the game throughout this competition. To the supporters, thank you for your unwavering support. You continue to be the heartbeat of cricket here in Trinidad and the management of our two finalist teams, Powergen Penal Sports Club and Profilbau Victoria United Sports Club. Thank you for an outstanding display of cricket today. You have, of course, represented the very best of our talent, our pride, and competitive spirit. So congratulations and thank you to both teams. At this time, we now move to the presentation of awards, where we recognize individual excellence and celebrate the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's 30 Overs Championship 2026. And I call on Mr. Imran B. Harry to step forward, please, to assist me with, as we recognize our officials, our players. Yeah. Sign, Basara. Big pictures. Sprinting over. Once again, let's hear it for officials, Mr. Zahid Basara, Mr. Avinash Narayan, Mr. Hansrad, and the match referee for the day, Afraz Mohammed. Thank you, Mr. Bihari. Is Dave Mohammed here?
Chatting members of the team.
David Mohammed.
I don't know if it's the team. I'll be
This award is
the
the
team,
best
cricket team.
fieldsman in the final. Of course, we get
Cricket
a
team. Yeah.
and that goes to Junior Raymond. Thank you very much. Mr. Mitchell, an executive member of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, the best bowler in the final, 5 overs, 1 min, 36 runs, 4 wickets. Mr. Mohammed. He will be presenting the next award for the best batsman in the final. Jeremy Solizano, 7 2 century. Real memories. Former national cricketer and of course current coach of the Tier 2 Red Force. He will make the presentation to the man of the match. Should come as no real surprise. 75 runs from 63 balls, 4 fours, 3 sixes. Jeremy Solizano. We call him Mr. Nestor Badger, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the vice president of the West Indies Cricket Board, to do the next presentation. This one goes to the runners-up, silver medals and trophy, and of course, prize money, $25,000. Let's hear it for Profilbau Victoria. Congratulations to Victoria. You will receive your medals as well. I don't know what, you have to check, give them a check to get the medals. And Mr. Blassard will also do the final presentation this evening. Gold medals, a challenge trophy, a replica trophy, and a prize money to the tune of $45,000. Let's hear it for Powergen Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Actually, Mr. Oh, let me just ask you quickly here. Congratulations. Giving you the exact feeling right now, having played through the competition, get to the final, and then execute the way you did it.
Well, firstly, I'll just like to talk about your health and strength. The guys has been integrated with cricket throughout the competition, so I think it was just to come and execute.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, mission accomplished. I think it's a really good team we have, and the guys are gelling well and supporting each other.
2 outstanding performances today, 1 with the bat, 1 with the ball. First of all, on football.
Well, as while he was bowling, I said the team, they believe it and they did themselves. And he has this total confidence in the team. be back well. We've been playing a while together, so yeah, congratulations there. And of course, the man of the match with a fine display, 75 runs. What can you say about Jeremy? Well, Jerry has been batting tremendously for the past year since joining the Powergen. So he's a new member of the Powergen team and he fit in like family. So yeah, he's comfortable and I think he's performing. Congratulations. I know you're looking for bigger things down the road, but take this one and smile. Congratulations again. Let's try once again. Powergen champion with the Profilbau competition 2026.
That's the team first. That's the team first.
For over 50 years, we served communities across Trinidad. But growth isn't about standing still. It's about choosing what comes next. Introducing Passad's The Food King Grand Market Barapo, a new standard for the South. The Grand Market is where community meets quality. Our newly launched Via Bakery offers our fresh breads and pastries that are made daily. From the spices that flavor your meals to the moments that bring families together. And when it's time to slow down, our cafe offers a place to pause, connect, and enjoy the moment. From fresh meats prepared with care to aisles filled with the choices families trust and prices that put people first. Every day, families trust us with the moments that matter most, the meals they share, the traditions they keep, and the memories they create. And that's a responsibility we carry with pride. Bigger, fresher,